evening.
Listening to Shipmo Live. I think that's his name. I'm listening to it for a while, and then the guy that Stephanie Nagel came on panel, I sent a super chat. It happened to be under a troll name. I didn't realize it was under my troll name. But it's not a secret. Like, I don't care if somebody knows about my trolls.
I wouldn't care if it was a legitimate.
So I sent a super chat. I'm like, can you please ask him if he called CPS? So of course the ponies go ballistic. You know, all of a sudden they know. So I just want to say for them listening, please lean in, because if you had CPS called on you 4 motherfucking times, you would not even be able to handle it. You would either be gone, you'd be crying like a little fucking bitch. So if I decide that I really need to find out who did this, I have every right. If you don't like it, then don't fucking watch me. I really don't give a shit. But 4 fucking CPS calls, and then you got fucking some whore says, we won't mention her name, but she turns around, she's like, ow, thousands of people hate you. Bitch, thousands of people don't even fucking know you. Like, you're an idiot, Amber. You're one fucking idiot. So actually, I got a lot more people that like me than dislike me. So carry on with your fucking ass.
Oh yeah, tell us.
All right. So, but I did promise you guys some proof, and I got some. Now, let me also say why I think CPS is like having to do with this. We all know that everybody knows. Most people know my kids' names. Whoever made this call did not know me and did not know my kids. So that's where I find this very interesting. And and mind you, this is only coming up now because I just got the letter yesterday. This person called, and I'm going to show you the proof on this too, on August 22nd of 2021. That's August 22nd. All of this stuff with Steph happened beginning of August all the way up to August 15th. So the fact that a call was received on August 22nd, it's not out of the norm to be thinking maybe this is somehow connected. Now, unlike the ponies, and unlike, I don't know what crew, the other crew would be, I don't know what you call it, the ex-ponies?
Yes,
unlike them, I investigate. I look into things. I think
you could make it
logically, could this possibly be? Could it be this person? Could it be that person? Why do I think it's this person? So I'm trying to think, like, who could have not known me enough and not known my kids enough to get all of these names wrong? And the logical conclusion is somebody that doesn't know me. It's not rocket science. It's definitely somebody that didn't know me and doesn't know my kids, doesn't watch me, never actually looked me up because, I mean, everybody's names are right on custody. I don't lie. It's not rocket science.
Let me see your
Which is why earlier I went and apologized, which I take that back, I guess. But apologize to all the norm, the regular people, basically the ponies, because they know my kid's last name. So I knew it wasn't them. And I apologize for that. But they're too wrapped up in their own hate that to even notice that, take notice of that, even realize that.
Maybe
Because
one
they were
richer
just
for mom.
so wrapped up in their own bullshit. And that's all I can't help that. They're gonna be wrapped up in their crap. We'll be wrapped up in their crap.
Off the
Just
floor
keep
to
away
case
from
just
me.
you and I.
Hey, Lindsay. Lindsay,
name
you're
correct.
so lost.
In February, the day
So-
before my
For
birth.
the rest of my life.
Alright.
And we were so
Alright.
right back to
Let me start.
Doesn't mean anything.
Showing you guys. All right, let me, before I even do that. How was I even, why am I even involved in this? Because they didn't get involved in it. But more importantly, it's because Steph was talking to this guy about why I don't know. I found out after my live stream that right around this same time, I don't think he's still around. I don't know anybody that even talks to him. But Rev was swatted at right around the same time of all of this going on. So for the ponies that don't know how to piece two and two together, let me lay it out. So Steph, and I'm gonna show you the text, which will make it more real, like, I guess, I don't know the right word, will make it more legit. Are you on the same channels or, yes. Yeah, I'm on
Mine?
Lifeflex. I bet.
Yeah, I read the
Yeah, I'm on
comment.
Lifeflex.
Send
So,
where you're at.
don't confuse me there, Queenie. So specifically, Red,
Yeah,
not
specifically.
Red. Remember
Should I
Red?
open that?
He was like
Yes, of course.
trying to get into RDA, and I don't know. Like I don't know how to explain Red. I didn't care for Red, but I happened to do one stream where I agreed with what he was saying outside of all the bullshit. Hey, Grandma Rose. Outside of all the BS. Because these people are so wrapped up in their own hate that they can never see past their own hate. Like if Mandy Lynn won the lotto, I would truly be happy for her. Even though I don't like her, I would never bash her for doing something good. If Starlight cured cancer, I would truly be happy for her and be like, wow, that's fucking awesome. Because that's how I am. Unlike them, but that's how I am. They're so jealous and hateful and pointless, they can't see past that. Now, I know Mandy Lynn a long time. Mandy Lynn can kind of see past that. I've seen her privately, not publicly, privately. She knows, like, there's certain things that she would not do. Publicly, it's a different story. But out of all the ponies, I actually know Mandy Lynn. And I was closest with Mandy Lynn more than anything. And I'm not sticking up for Mandy Lynn, I'm just trying to prove the point. So they all came at me and she got blah blah. But here I'm gonna lay it out. It's toxic. I'm gonna lay it out. So Steph is talking about me and Red to this guy. This guy goes, Red then says, I want to know more about these scumbags. I want to know more about these scumbags like Laura and Red. Why are you so interested in me and Red? What do you got going on? And I'm going to show you guys all this. I just want to explain it, lay it out first. Why are you so interested in this?
Wake up.
So, Pat beat Kettle. The funny thing is that, what's her name? Steph says how I'm a scammer. That I scam all my subs and scam my Patreons. And everyone is left.
Didn't sound like it the way you kept
Can
yelling.
you prove that, Steph? I would love to see that. But Pat beat Kettle? So, all of this with this guy went on
There's a chance to get off that
from
door.
the text messages we've seen from August 7th until now. I'm sorry, until August, I think the last date that we could see was August 15th. I don't know exactly when Red's call was, but my report was received on August 22nd. Just like 7 days after this guy says, I want to know more about these people. I want to know more about these dirtbags. And the person that called CPS did not know me, did not get my name right, did not get any of my children's names right. And again, like I said earlier, considering my daughter has been doxxed for over a year, if there was somebody from this community, they would probably know my daughter's name, because my daughter's name has been in all of these chats 100 times over. So it definitely wasn't someone from our community. That's logic 101.
How much is too much?
So let me show you the text messages. Hold on. If this is about Rev and the police, no. It was back in August. Someone told me, and this is just me explaining what I was told. I was told that right around my CPS file, Rev also had a swatting file. Do you know anything about it?
Believe it or not, Louis, one can get very tired just buying.
Because I'm just going on what I was told on that. You're right, Lotus. So
Yes, I assure you.
It was just, if that's not true, then please let me know. Because that's just what I was told.
For lunch.
That Rev's swatting call happened right around the same time as, or sometime close to my call. Yeah, please, can you Morgs? That would be awesome. I would really appreciate that.
But I never had, what did you call it? Thermidor.
All right, so I laid out the groundwork. Now I'm going to show you.
Monsieur. Thermidor? That's right, Lloyd. I think I'll turn in now.
Okay. So my report, 8/22/2021. And if you guys want to see, I would love, if you guys want to hit me privately to see the names that they use, I don't have a problem with that. I just don't want to put it out there because there's no reason to. But if anyone doubts me or wants to see, I have no problem sending it.
Excuse me, please.
I don't know, sir. I'm going to call them Monday. I just realized the name thing last night. I got the letter last night, and when I opened it, I was like, oh, this is a clearance letter. I thought it was from the most recent clearance. And I'm like, okay. And then I looked at the letter again for some reason. Honestly, I'm not even sure why I looked at it again. But I looked at the letter again, and I noticed, oh my God, my name's wrong. The kid's name's wrong. There's not one thing right on this letter. So I'm going to call them tomorrow. Monday, and see if I can, this shouldn't even have gone as far as it did because the names aren't even right. So they have me in this database for 5 years when names aren't even right. That's bullshit. That's total bullshit. So I'm going to call them Monday and see if anything can happen. And, it bothers me that they said that, I'm neglecting females. It was something like that. Well, how do you even know the kids if you don't even know their goddamn last names? It's so dumb that this even has to be on my record for 5 years. I mean, it's totally thrown out, but it still stays on your record for 5 years. So these aren't totally in order, and I realized it from the dates. So let me go find the ones that it started with. And these are just the ones that I'm in. This is not all of it. This is just the ones that I'm in. So on August 9th at 9:19, so this was before. Okay. So she's talking about some. I think you can take his word for it that he forgot. I've never had any issues with Paulie like that. I borrowed money from Paulie before and paid him back, of course, but he's always been a reliable dude. Let me stress this again since, I'm such a scammer. Patreon member, sub. I have never asked to borrow a fucking dime. Never. I've been offered money, and if someone asks me, I will tell them no. If someone just PayPals me, I will thank them heavily. But I've never asked anybody for a dime. Not once, not ever. Meaning hey, can I borrow some money? That's what family is for. Family is to borrow money. Your real friends is who you borrow money from. You don't borrow money from someone online. Sorry, not sorry. So I don't know anybody that's borrowing money online. That's it right there. Point out. Okay. So then she says, this is August 10th, exactly 12 days before my CPS call. My third CPS. Laura is a shit human being. She's been a creator on YouTube for a few years. She scams her followers. They all realize eventually and leave her. Please back that statement up. Please tell me who the fuck I ever scammed. I'll wait stuff. I'll seriously wait. But she always getting a flow of new people. She was mad at me because of a phone call that ended up on a few days. Something. And I kind of owned her, and she ran off the call. So all the fluff and bullshit she was saying about that rep stream was just her bullshitting to make an excuse for why she was playing it on her stream.
Where did you get this money?
First of all, Steph, I am not you. I am not a pony. I don't need your permission to talk about any motherfucking stream that I want to talk about. That's first of all. Second of all, who do you think you are? I got off that call because you're an asshole. That's why I got off that call. I got off that call because you're sticking up for a fucking idiot. That's why I got off the call. I don't know why you think you're somebody. You're just a little girl. Like, for real. You're a little girl who hides behind whatever you can, who needs to worry about bigger things than me and Rick. Now, I made it perfectly clear I don't like Rick. I've made it perfectly clear I don't care for Rick. Just like Rex, I don't care for Rex either, or any of the RDA. I've made that loud and clear. So I'm not you guys. I don't need your permission to talk about it. If I want, I think, one of the reasons, not that I know, one of the reasons that I'm so hated is because you guys are so jealous that you can't stand on your own. Thank you, Freddie. You can't stand on your own. I make my own decisions. I don't need anybody telling me what I can and can't do, or what I should and should not talk about. And thank you, Janelle. Never stand anybody. Okay. I'm live again. And no, I'm not mad at you. If I'm mad at you, Steph, I will tell you I'm mad at you. If I have a problem with you, I'll reach out to you, or I'll reach out to you or somebody. I don't need, I'm not you guys. I don't play by your rules. I know you guys don't play by your rules. I don't play by your rules. I don't care about your rules. I don't need approval to talk about something that I want to talk about. That's first of all. So, again, this is exactly 12 days before the call. So then she says Reb's a loser and a stalker. I disagree with. If you listen to the stream, you can pick up on his history around YouTube. He's for real a terrible person and a liar. And what would you be saying?
What can I have?
So then,
anything you want. I'll give you the best lunch you ever had. Then lobster, please.
Besides that, I went on my bike ride this morning and then played some basketball with my cousins. So I actually had a nice day. Got a turkey sub with veggies for lunch and feel happy and healthy. I'm happy you're exposing these dirtbags. Now I'm a dirtbag? I didn't do jack shit. The only scammer is her. But here's somebody who doesn't know me, knows nothing about me. Okay. Doesn't know anything about me, knows nothing, but now I'm a scammer and a dirtbag. So this is his impression of me, which tells me the coincidence is getting a lot less smaller, a lot smaller. I don't know. Oh, this was before. I tried to talk with you, and I have not misconceived anything. I just didn't want my donations to be taken the wrong way or out of context, as I really do have a lot of respect for you, and I do apologize again for blowing up your inbox. Yes, I do value our friendship, and hope you had a nice day. Okay. I don't feel any type of way about anything you've done. I'm sorry that I haven't responded with the Rev and Laura thing. Plus a few other situations on my side. I have been way too involved with this YouTube shit. Okay. I will, Monkey's Mama. Hold on. So now she's putting it out there like we're fighting, like we're going through this whole big thing. And I kind of sit there and think to myself, what were we even fighting? Was I even thinking about stepdad? Was I even fighting with stepdad? Because I did a panel and step up the Rev about one thing. Now all of a sudden, me and Rev are this thing. Me and Rev have this thing going. Come on now. Something's not right. This is just not right at all. And this guy, who is sounds like he's really starting to like Steph, Steph is laying the groundwork for Monkey's Mama couldn't wait because I gotta close the screen to open up Discord. Oh, you know what? Hold on.
Oh, little boy. I'm not going to hurt your hair. Oh, yeah, shake hands. That's fine. Come on. Hey, I got him.
No, grab both hands. Oh. I told you to grab both hands.
What happened?
I forgot to tell you. He's an expert at jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu? Expert is a word.
Come on, pick it up.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Which way you
Someone
going?
in my live earlier,
No.
Saffron,
Mr.
said she talked about Rev. He was SWAT.
So it
Wonder
is.
if it's around the same time.
Well, it didn't come with a suit.
Sorry.
That's all right. One little
So,
hole, like my
I mean, if
Oh,
someone, where's Capone? He's got a good memory. He would know if I was even fighting with stuff.
Oh, done it again. He's turning another foul on him.
But even when I did fight with stuff, I didn't really fight. She just talked about me and I ignored it. So I don't know what this thing is. I mean, Reverend Laura, but she's laying the groundwork for this guy.
I don't know, but we gotta get out of here.
She's laying the groundwork for, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? But I'm this horrible person that I just, you know, I'm a scammer and I scam all my subs. And what a horrible person I am. I'm in the same category as Rev. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm in the same category as a racist little twerp. Okay, Steph. Thanks. It just goes to prove who these people really are. I don't know who's talking about. I believe another creator was talking about the same person last night, blasting her being a scammer. Oh yeah, a lot of people. That's where these texts come from.
Very helpful as you read these words.
So I went to your channel last night and was actually seeing it from the beginning. A few nights ago, I fell asleep with most of it. Oh, you know what? Hold on, I didn't grab it. Where's that screenshot?
You wait here. Oh, no, you don't.
All right, hold on. I missed the screenshot.
Monsieur, may I like your cigarette? Don't smoke that, monsieur. Here, have a cigar. Already, all right? Oh, not at all. We'll have a drink with us, please. Yes, John.
You're not gonna get away with this.
Good.
Yes, mademoiselle. This is absolutely out of my hands.
I demand justice.
What is going on here?
This officer's trying to incriminate my friend. He did nothing. I was there as a witness.
Well, mademoiselle, well, let us begin at the beginning. Monsieur, this man is a tramp. Oh, a big man. No, monsieur. Well, let him in. So take him away.
Oh, I see why. It's cutting off.
Is this the thing yours?
Yes.
Look at the poor fellow. I'm sure he's sorry, monsieur. Wouldn't you like to shake hands with him, monsieur, just to show that everything is forgiven? Certainly not. Perhaps it's just as well. Have you finished, monsieur? Finished, I should think I have. Here, take it away.
So then on August 9th,
So you are different, huh?
He is not. He's an honest, law-abiding citizen. Well, I wasn't gonna let him have it.
What have you to say for your
he says, I'm interested in learning about some of those crazy people on your streams.
Well,
That lady yesterday you were showing was hilarious. I forgot her name. That would be me. And yeah, I'm interested in this Laura Rev story, which I know nothing about. But
I'm afraid it'll have to be the
so she planted the seed.
Come on.
This is why him or somebody in his community is a very, very strong possibility. Because why does he need to know more about me? Because she planted the seed that I was this horrible dirtbag. Because she planted the seed that I was this horrible
I
person.
remember.
Guess what? I've never gone to another community and talked about Steph. Imagine that. I've never gone to another community to talk about any of the ponies. Imagine that. Why would I? They're not worth talking about. But obviously I am. That Steph has to bring me to another community. So now again, let me lay this out.
Yes, monsieur.
This community has no idea who I am. These people have no idea who I am.
Something about you.
Steph must have said, hey, you can go to her Facebook. Get her name like that.
Won't you sit down?
Okay, maybe she did. I don't know. And then when I said something, the pony's all backstep. Oh, she would never do that. How do you know? So Shiva said that he didn't mind people sharing his video. So Greg, and I'm going to play this part. Greg gets on Pratt, the guy that she's scammed. And
I'm going to bestow upon
he doesn't sound right.
precious.
I sent a flat-out super chat to ask if he did any favors for Steph, if he called anyone for Steph, and didn't get response, except from the ponies, who all said, no, she would never do that. So again, I say that if it was Stephanie Brown, Mandy Lynn, Kimmy P, or any of them had CPS called on them 4 times, I think that they would be over the top and they would want to know who the fuck did it. I mean, when Marianne got swatted, I think I remember she went on about it for a year, literally, blaming everybody under the sun. But when it's somebody else, they want you to keep your mouth shut. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So I may not ever find out who made all the calls, but guess what? I can use logical deductions to know who did not do it and who possibly could have done it. And if you don't like it, then maybe you should stop fucking talking about me. So I don't have to worry about CPS being called again. But since you don't care, well, then I'll talk about you and everybody else as much as I want. And I'll talk about CPS as much as I want. And if you don't fucking like it, then I advise you to shut the fuck up about me, and then you don't have to worry about it.
No, keep it. No, I could not. Buy yourself a second.
Yeah, that
When
Mary.
you are enjoying yourself, think of me.
All right, so let me pull up the screen.
My telephone
I'm
number.
only going to play that part.
Forgive me, but is there some sort of an epidemic in this town? Monsieur will have a joke. What joke? Monsieur, you
Now, Mike, I don't know these people. I don't know anything about these people. I don't know who they are. But did Helen Keller leave RBA or something? Because he's been on this panel like all day, not saying anything.
Here you are, monsieur. Stay there now. Not at all. This is my station. I am here every afternoon until 6. Monsieur, may I visit you? No, I think I can make it alone.
There was my super chat. So they get this guy on panel. It was actually, let me just say, it's a pretty chill stream. Sorry to interrupt. My most amazing rose and white sage candle that made me run. I'm gonna cry. I need to get thanks, Denise. Why do they care about me? Thank you. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I keep saying, Quinny. I am a nobody. Nobody. There's no reason for anybody to be still talking about me at all. There's nobody. I'm nobody. Macaroni, no one called on you to do this review. Okay. Thank you.
What is so funny?
But you might want to try harder. I'm
Oh, you do not believe it now? You?
Long. As a matter of fact, hold on. Let me change something. Just because I don't know.
Could he have fallen overboard? What is it, Captain? It's just my do you suppose?
Hang on.
I'm afraid something terrible has happened. Oh, tragedy. Well, Captain, what's our next move? I'll radio the news at once. Radio! Wait a minute, you can't do that. I beg your pardon. Can't you understand that this news will make nuclear securities drop with a fact that'll be heard from here to Wall Street? Right. Of course I'm right. It'll ruin them. They'll be wiped out. I can't help that. We have it tied up in this company. I'm sorry, General. But you can't radio that message until we've had a chance to sell our security.
And you know what's funny too, though, honestly? These people make themselves so guilty with their bullshit. Oh, let me dox you. Let me dox your name and then say you do this for views. Why are you so concerned? If I do it for views, then why do you guys always bring up my name? Do you do that for views? Is that like your guilty conscience or something? Because that's what it seems like. It kind of sounds like you got a guilty conscience.
saving my hide, lady.
Because other than that, I can't imagine why you would think otherwise. But that's who you guys are.
There is too little kindness in the world. So today Anatole Primrose, sole owner
So I hope I
of
didn't beat anybody.
magnificent extravaganza, invite all of those temporarily distressed to see this tremendous performance and my guests. Go right in, Miss
You have a
Amigo.
channel out there, forget the name, Parody or Reaction.
Sure.
Huh?
Querido, mesdames et messieurs, is Darwin. Darwin the Great. The only boxing chimpanzee in captivity.
don't know what
Watch him, mesdames et
I would have my opinion conversation. Sure. Apparently it's on
How did you do
yeah.
I was goodbye.
Apparently sending some photos or something
don't you?
that I do not know. And charging money or no.
Attention,
So I
please.
can't try
Is there a boxer in the crowd today? We offer 10 fights. Any
but I
man
have-
can stay on his feet for 1 minute in a boxing match with Darwin. Think of it this year. 10 fights. You. What's that?
I'm
Come
not in the mood for bullshit
Good luck,
tonight.
good luck, old boy. This way, please. You know the great Darwin of this young guy? Courage. Monsieur, no hitting below the
I
belt.
will say though that
First rate that the boys defeated.
dude,
Now I
at
believe
least
it's
to like
customary before
Twitch,
the match for the
get
opponent
those
to shake hands.
Twitch cam girls.
Shake
to, like,
hands.
And let me just say, Shiva's life at the early when the stream freaked out. Like the whole panel, there were like 7 or 8 people on panel. And you couldn't hear a male voice. He was like, "Stop fucking calling me. I don't do DMs, and I'm mentally ill, and I'll fucking kill you." Oh my god, it was hysterical. I was like, "You go, dude." Go panel, it's quiet.
don't pretend. They'll still take all your money and abuse the shit out of you. But at least get your money's worth. Don't go to why?
Hey, let me all say, Red tried to go up there and got annihilated. Shiva like shut him down in 5 seconds. It was fucking great.
What did you
Would
spike
you
me?
ever dude? Okay, no. We need to do the martial arts. Let me, come on. Let me get through this fucking overlay as quickly as I can. Okay. Gregory, would you? Oh my god, I don't know.
Oh, this is an old friend of mine from America.
Karen, ask
This is
Gregory.
young Mr. Penrose. Someday inherit the circus.
Oh, really? How do you do? We're friend.
What was your goal? First started talking to Steph, I know you wanted to donate to her, but
Oh, he
did
just brought
you
me
think
the
that
flowers.
maybe y'all could develop some type of
What's that,
relationship?
guys? Have me backstage?
Yeah,
Oh, go get her. He's the nicest surprise for you. Guess he's here.
I just always
I knew you wouldn't recognize him after all these years. Oh.
Oh, of course, I'm not pro.
Yes, isn't it wonderful? My childhood slave
I
baby.
can't think of the right word to describe.
Oh, sure. Hasbro has it. Well, what is this? Bobo. You remember I used to bust me on your knee?
And the Wiki Bash, remember?
It's
Oh, Lexi, there's the Grand March. You'll never make it if you don't hurry.
I talked to
Yeah,
Yeah,
what kind of relationship did you hope to have with her?
Yeah, I recognize me. So it was 20 years ago. That's
Some sort of
we had a call right after that picture was taken.
cool relationship that,
But we had fun.
yeah.
You want them to take over your finances.
So let's, okay, so I think it's probably good to try and avoid. So, like,
Right, I'm not trying to.
yeah.
Let's get them. Now, hold on. Gregor,
I mean, I'll kick you, Joe, if you like.
I guess I should have joined the Marines.
So yeah, you need to get to it, Joe. I promise.
Do something about it. Look at those lily white hands.
Say,
Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
so
How long has
were
it been
you
since you
expecting some kind of romantic?
When I thought,
Like
back
an
then I met
ongoing
you
romantic
I'm finished.
right back here.
Yeah, I guess I would view it as that, and
You know
I
something?
guess I would go to
Your loafing days are over.
cut my
This sounds serious. What's up?
You're going to work.
finances
Well, that's nice of you to make up
and
your mind for
some
me.
sort of,
It's about time somebody did.
I guess,
can you do?
bargaining
Anything.
tool in a negotiation,
I can,
because
Just
I
as
guess
I thought.
developing into some sort of business transaction, and this last 24 hours.
ladies, look all right.
I've got it. Come on.
Process and everything.
But come with me.
Go off to the mine.
I'm gonna make a man out of you for no reason why.
With my respect for everyone on here,
Thank you for your
Now
honesty,
you
bro.
keep your mouth shut and mean everything to me.
Aye, aye, so much.
Now,
Come on. Hello.
right, in a couple of minutes, I
I'd like
asked
to
the
meet Mr.
question,
Dupuis.
Honey, listen,
but
I don't think you're doing
as
this.
an expansive, I have seen, I have danced to guys like this a lot.
Oh, no. He doesn't
Guys
get
that
show.
think if they
He
bring
wants
us
a
to the
job.
VIP room, they're going to
But
love
he
us
wants to
forever.
pay his reform. He's
Guys
been
that bring
working
us to the
practically
VIP room and give
Oh,
us
monsieur.
a lot of money that
You
yes,
find
we
out
took
pretty
advantage of.
just give me a chance. You
Um,
look it.
But he's very strong.
Angela's,
Really?
can someone
I
drop
would
it
have
in
been
with me,
like
please?
Well,
IntrepidCandleCompany.com.
You leave this to me.
So we really have seen many guys like this, and I've taken advantage of many guys like this. Not online though. This was, they're getting some out of it. You're dancing, but this is not
really?
Uh-huh. You're to be
So
relieved
out
my
of the
watchman
norm.
in the menagerie jail.
of what this guy's saying.
Say no.
I've
That's an important
seen
job.
this
What you doing to
a
make him
lot.
change his mind?
Yeah, don't try to find a white
Put you
person.
over. I had to doing something good.
And it's different when you're in
I
person.
told him that his
But
back got hurt.
There's not a stripper that wouldn't take advantage of this. And I'm not saying Steph is a stripper. I'm saying there's not somebody that wouldn't take advantage of it. In person, when you do it online, it's completely different. The rules change, but I'm just saying that this type of guy, I've seen 1,000 times over.
So, Gregory, I gotta ask you a question. When it comes down to brass tacks of the situation, if Steph did send you pictures and questions, compensation, would you be happy with that amount? Or would you rather find
You're the protector, please, not me. They're coming in on. I agree with you, Empire.
well,
It
the
is
thing
an
is,
outrage, and I will do something about it at once.
you agree with Alan Keller's view
And
of
another piece, my friend.
me being lost in the blur with my real life and some sort of
Good, eh?
outlet I was trying to express some reason to, trying to pressure with my emotions. I was, with just being honest, I guess that's what I mean.
I wasn't trying to do it.
That
That didn't answer my question at all. That did not answer my question. Can you please answer my question?
Well, okay, so could you?
Yeah. Is this a global currency?
One question, So what is your, like, the question I suppose was, would you be willing to, like, accept it?
It's like free promotion.
Excuse me. At this point, I know what's going on, and I know that they could send me like a first picture with
sorry, I have to interject here. So you're saying that you're aware?
He's not here.
You're aware that she might send you a fake
Oh, no, you don't.
one that's not authentic.
that is a thought that came in my mind. That for some reason, after my mental evaluation, I never followed through with more of a diagnosis that would help me, I guess. And
Matter of fact, I was, Lou.
and
I don't get you
I'm
out.
sorry, I
Better go back.
don't remember.
Sweet. So these animals starting up again?
Okay, I'll ask him, 'cause I feel like,
For the regular one, thank you.
would you rather her send you the money back, or do you want to put pictures?
Holy
Pay
fuck.
money.
I think Pratt would do any good. Have you got a phone to accompany me?
I would rather have the money, obviously,
I
because
suppose I could borrow it?
Maybe
I love it so much, but
That's all right.
obviously,
You're entitled to either or. I want to point that out. There are no wrong answers. You understand that, Gregory?
Yeah, you be yourself. No one's doing anything to you.
Well, let's try it.
And just for the record, Roger, I'd like to say that nobody on this team
Does that mean maybe it's just similar to this adjustment? Is that what it
This contemporary is not.
is? More babies.
oh yes, I got right. It's funny to say that because when I went on my story with Sean, Gary Paul said, Sean, there's I guess I never realized that, or I never realized the difference between that funny real.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
that's,
I know John
charisma is a very huge driver. I mean, there's nothing to be ashamed of, and nobody's judging you, and nobody's like riding you down or anything. You know, I mean, I've kind of teased like a small amount, but I was just teasing.
So let me just say, he gave her money to buy her. He thought that she would be the girlfriend. He thought that maybe if he gave her enough money, that he would love her. So why is it so out of the norm or out of realm to think that she would drop a hint? Hey, you want to do me a favor and call CPS? Will you do me a favor and call this or call that? Tell me if I am so wrong for thinking that way, listening to the things this man is saying. Now, the ponies in chat were saying, Laura, he can't even formulate a sentence together. You know, he definitely wouldn't do that. I disagree. He's not stupid. And my personal feeling is he got played and he's embarrassed. And he basically said he's embarrassed because he got played. I don't think he's an idiot. And I think he's backtracking now. I think that he may not be a good speaker, but I don't think that he's so dumb that he can't formulate a sentence. Sorry, I'm not saying that at all.
You know, it was more at the expense.
No.
I was gonna give you shit. I thought you were gonna be in denial.
Because one of the reasons it's so easy to reach out to Steph is because you watch a lot of people on panels become more comfortable being acclimated to that character versus somebody who does this which is kind of professional.
On that Twitch.
You mean Lola? I never was a millionaire. I made it happen. What about me? He's gonna company to work together. It's one of you. How about this? I don't want any of you. You sorry.
my true feeling is that
That's right.
I
He's
can't
a
believe
good
that
guy. Don't you
this
see?
person yesterday said,
If I can
That's
ask you a
the
question.
whole story.
So,
Yes. He
Yeah.
says,
so you know, and obviously there's
I know.
but I mean, and you would,
Okay, that's not Helen Keller from RDA. There's no way.
What they stole
His
here.
voice
They
is
wanted
totally
the Patson,
different.
do they? Wait till they
like,
get this.
so,
You are hired.
when it started off, like, it was kind of clear it's kind of a role play,
What did you do with the
and
body?
then it evolved, got a little bit more,
You know
a
what,
little
buddy?
more,
How did you get it?
intense, I guess you could say. But were the lines between the role play and like what you were feeling, were they blurring
Oh,
for
yes,
you?
you did.
And that's kind of what
Go
started
face.
all this.
You do? You see? Here,
yeah,
That's okay.
stop the Patson, get everything.
I
Get the people
I
to the police.
I would classify it that
I didn't kill anybody. He looks like a criminal back then. I didn't do anything.
So
Police.
I mean,
Get out of
you know,
here.
Is he breaking up?
Oh, it's you, is it? Granddaddy. I am going to show you and your
honestly,
newspaper.
I think we really need to be clear.
But
that none of us here
I
are
took one of your millionaire cats into my house. I gave him my
Correct. I'm not a person.
That's why
Okay. Because Steph laid the groundwork on a dirtbag, on a scammer. I scam people, and so does Rev. And here she is calling. Here she is. She's outing us. She's dealing with us. This is a guy who likes her. This is a guy who's falling in love with her, giving all his money, everything. She's been live spitting. Giving all of his money to her. Why wouldn't he call CPS for her? Maybe she didn't ask him to. Maybe he just did it on his own. Because again, they did not know me. They did not get one name correct. All three of my kids had the wrong names, and I had the wrong name. And to me, that can't be somebody that's in this community. Definitely an outsider. So I think to myself, I'm sorry, but I don't know.
Hey, sorry.
that's not qualified.
Everybody
that's why I
knows
was asking, because I
existed
wasn't sure.
from
And I think we perhaps need to be careful about the questions that we are asking, because I think it just behooves us to act, because otherwise I'm going to have to kick Gregory for his own benefit.
Gregory, did y'all ever speak on the phone, or was it all text?
Now, let me also say, Shiva claims that he's very mentally ill. He is extremely intelligent and uses words that I don't hear in everyday vocabulary. Very, very intelligent.
It was all through Twitter.
How often do you do this? Just question, you know, like, have you done this before? Did it work out? Is this something you do a lot, or was this a first for you? You know? I mean, yeah, actually with a girl, though.
It was the first time.
And Quinny, I don't know. I'm not saying that she asked him to call. I'm putting it out there with, why was she talking to him about me? Why was I brought up? Why is she lying to him? Why is she calling me a scammer? Why all that? And then less than 7 days later, CPS is called, and with somebody who gets all the names wrong. That's a little odd. He also told Steph in the messages he was mentally ill. No, that's Greg. I'm saying Shiva. Shiva's life. Very intelligent man.
Oh, weird, I got a
Sorry, I just have a sad thing.
I know I have been counting.
Okay, so.
Right, we've got a couple of people wanting to join the
Good night, Riley.
Just the first one.
Okay, so Gregory, this stream was actually, I wasn't expecting you to come here at all. We've got 3 people backstage who are wanting to come up. So what I'm going to do is I am going to wrap this up with you, and then I'm going to drop you off if that's all right. And then I'll bring in those three people. Is that okay?
I don't know how to say it, but well, it's really all
Yes, I'm still having trouble listening, but
the people have.
I just want to say I appreciate you, Shiva, for letting me on camera.
No worries.
I couldn't do it.
Okay, so I just have to say, was there anything kind of like, was there anything else that anybody else who's currently on the panel wanted to ask?
Yeah.
Yes, this for people, and there are other people. Sarah's question, even men or women, so we can wrap it up quickly. Is this something we've done other times? Is something you do? To meet people of these personalities, do you give them money? That's something you do.
It's not something I intentionally seek out to do.
But it is. Is that the answer? Then it is something you do.
Yeah, I guess I just felt so like
Compulsion.
I don't know if the correct word is like I don't know if the correct word is unworthy. I find myself to do
I don't think that's it.
If we,
Okay,
if you don't have to answer
okay. I mean,
I think that's a good place. But the only other question that I have real quick is Steph had mentioned something about threats. I know I'm apt to lean towards her saying that to lie, but she said that you said there was some hints of threats.
That's good of you, Tony.
the only message.
Go ahead.
The only message that possibly even looked at as a threat was telling her that I know I can find where she lives because she owes me money. And I know I should have came on panel last night to defend myself more, but I think uncomfortable approach.
Well, you have to take care of you, man. That's like the biggest thing. So
yes.
You have to do what is right for you, and don't worry about anybody else. But you have to take care of your own health before you can be, in a position where you can treat that other stuff.
Oh no, they had all the names wrong. They had the last names wrong. They made up names, completely wrong names.
Hey, Greg.
Okay. That's enough lecturing. So, Gregory,
Don't lecture me.
for fuck's sake, Helen, don't make me fucking kick you. Gregory, do you, I'm going to kind of drop you off just now. I would suggest.
Spivvy, if someone's name is Mark and they put their name as Peter, it doesn't really matter if they spelled Peter wrong because the name is Mark. When I say they got all three of my kids' names wrong, they didn't misspell them. They got them completely wrong.
So maybe, like you did mention that you had someone in your life who was kind of able to be around. Is that person around for you at the moment?
I was actually going to speak to that person later.
Okay, great. All right, I'd like to thank Gregory for joining us. I think we can all agree to do that.
Hey, Gregory, you know what?
All right, and that was the last of it. Spivvy, the last name. They used my Facebook name and said that was my children's names, and it's not even close. That's why. So, and I think it was Anita that said the guy can barely formulate a sentence. That's what the pony said. That's why they say that he, couldn't call CPS. I don't believe that. I really believe that. All right, hold on, Spivvy, and they also they investigated it, but that was the only one that pretty much investigated. But she investigated it. And there is no legal defense. But they do give me the report. They show the names, the innocent report, and then it's been null and void. That's how they close it out. They send you a paper. So it is public. They send you that paper to clear you. All right, going back to this for a second. So the fact that he had enough sense to contact or to threaten, quote unquote, threaten staff by saying, hey,
My mistake, monsieur. My mistake.
I can find out where you live or I know where you live. He's not that off.
Just a minute.
So I just want to know what you guys think. Yeah, he had no problem calling in and going on panel. I agree. And again, I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying, do you guys see what I'm saying with her bringing me on what's the name of your channel? I don't know. But I'm saying between the text screenshots along with what he's saying and how he was in love with her and he gave, I mean, allegedly he gave her like $1,400 over the course of like 5 days, 4 days. It was more than that, but the times they talked, he was trying to buy her and she took advantage of that. That's on her. That's completely on her. She wants to do that. That's her. But I just find it odd that she kept talking about me and Rev. And like I said, Rev had a SWAT call and I had CPS. And definitely somebody that didn't know me. So, let me drop the link for this channel. So I just find it a bit odd. And to think that all this went down is not out of the realm. And that's why I'm curious what you guys think. Also, I want to play you guys when Rev went up there because it was pretty funny.
Sorry, monsieur.
If I can find it quickly.
I beg your pardon.
And we also know she brings your name and several other people's names up in all different places and panels. Exactly. When I don't even talk about her. I don't know who these people are. I know nothing about these people.
He's the millionaire. You see, he's still trying to keep it a secret.
You know, I don't talk to her. I don't go to other communities and bring up staff for anybody else. I would never do that. Why would I?
My dear brother, now it all comes back.
Here it is.
I think this guy deserved to be.
Okay, this is where you hear Shiva go off, and it's great. I was like, go Shiva.
I forgot to ask, what is your name? I think for the
Well, whoever it was, send the pictures or pay him back.
Yes. What was the line of dialogue that he was on? That's interesting.
I didn't hear it the first time. I had to watch it over again, and they read it out loud because Shiva didn't read that out loud, but Starlight did. And it said something about his EBT card that she could control, or he just needed money for groceries and weed or something like that. He had an EBT card, a Chime account, and his paycheck was $820 every 2 weeks.
Now he wanted to get control of the Chime account. Is that better? Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about the audio difficulties or whatever. I just wanted to say I'm gonna have
Okay,
a
before
unbiased.
you start,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
just before you start, I'm Shiva. Hi, this is my channel. Unfortunately, because this is our first meeting, I'm a triggered little bitch boy at the moment.
Oh, well, it's all good, man. You're doing God's work of protecting the simps,
But yeah, okay. So hello, welcome to the panel.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing an unbiased thought audit of steps because I feel like, yes, technically that was e-thoughting, but I feel like it was so minimal that, it's not that bad. I don't think it's a catastrophe that people are making it.
$1,400 isn't that bad, but I get called a scammer every other day from these same people. Gotcha. Get the fuck out of here.
That to be. Right?
I think this guy deserves to be rock line. Wow. Anybody with me here? No.
You're
No.
cool.
Yeah, no, I don't think so, Rex. No, Rex, Rex, you have 30 seconds to convince me you're correct before I kick your fucking ass out.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to know the mental illness. Like, what is the specific mental illness?
That was not, he did not go into detail about that. He said, right, the initial hit that he did have mental problems, but we all did. Followed it up.
That's not your own, isn't it? Yeah, could be social anxiety.
Yeah, in no
Time is running out. Convince me.
If I'm being cooperative, you gotta give me a second. I have a few points.
I would like to know why Rex is such a badass and has to put down women. But a guy who's overpowering him, he's cowering like the little fucking bitch boy that he is. I really want to know that. I bet he won't make a video about Shiva. I bet he won't talk back to Shiva. Nope, he's just a little fucking bitch boy.
Points to make, right? Also, when I noticed the text, or whatever,
20 seconds.
I didn't see any verbal agreement or any contract. Was that a verbal agreement?
Sorry, I just want to clarify, you didn't see a verbal agreement during a
Not
task.
for a pick, because I don't even think that would hold up in court. Nothing was said.
Better than verbal. It was
Sorry, no, we don't get to gloss over this. You didn't see a verbal agreement in a text exchange.
Was it said by staff that a picture was going to be provided?
Define verbal.
Verbal meaning, like, okay, yeah, verbal contract will be written or said, right?
No, not written. It's verbal. Spoken.
Okay, so sorry, a written contract. I didn't see that either, right? Would a written contract be, like, would a DM be considered a verbal or a written contract?
Are you fucking? Ugh. I almost said it, guys. I held back. Stop animal cruelty. I want a gold star for that. Verbal means speak. Written is written. It's not rocket science, dude. Like, he should not ever make fun of anybody ever again. Ever. When he doesn't even understand the meaning of verbal and written.
I didn't read the contract. Yeah, so
Okay.
would be clear written agreement, and then that's the question I'm asking you.
Right, okay. I mean, the question is, would it be considered an agreement? You appear to be laboring under the misapprehension that my issue is legal, which it isn't. It's moral.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, so moral, you're saying the mental illness, that hasn't been established or whatever, right? What I think is, I think he could possibly.
It hasn't been established. All right, so let's just run through the facts. In his first substantive communication with her, he tells her that he suffers from mental health issues, and then he starts wanting to give her money.
Right.
No, I mean, he contacted her prior to that on Twitter saying, can I have your PayPal link, right? But then in his first substantive comment to her, he's like, oh, I have mental health issues. And then he was just like,
Look here, if you want
Well, I mean, again, like, I have no sympathy for Sims or whatever. I feel like they should all be rock line. As far as his mental illness, I think the worst he has is autism, you know what I mean? And I didn't see anything really scandalous other than, I mean, you know, if I was Steph's attorney, I wouldn't advise doing that, especially with a fucking YouTube chat guy or whatever. You know, obviously that was like bound to blow up in her face or whatever. But as far as like the moral thing here, I don't really like, you know, Simps losing money. I don't really give a fuck about that. You know?
So you're a mental health professional, then you're an attorney, and then now you're a
I think you're a moral thing.
I don't know who this Taryn girl is, but I like her. This whole stream. She's doing great.
I saw him at the police
Agnes and Shiva, you never made. I think that is.
And then he got booted. But it wasn't even libel. I mean, it was straight up written. It was written or it was verbal. So that was it. He got booted after he went after Taryn. Pearls of Wisdom, a lot of people say that. Many people say that. I'm just really just keep thinking, is it possible? Yes, Hounds. My name was brought up in these text messages that were shown. Let me go back to the beginning. For those of you that came in late, so you're not lost.
I believe in love at first sight. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Well, that's how I fall in love with you.
At first sight?
I did.
It's been done to Laura 4 times in the most disgusting manner for no good reason. She's a good mom. It's messed up. Thank you.
And suddenly your eyes open and you see them for the first time.
You do?
And that's what happened to me.
So for those of you that came in late,
I was eating my soup. I suddenly saw
for some reason, Steph was talking about me to this person who we don't know, said that I was a dirtbag, that I'm a shit human being. I scam my followers. They all realize eventually and leave me. But I always get a new influx, and then thinks I was mad at her about a phone call. And with the Reverend Laura, plus a few other situations, there's something else. I don't know why it's not showing.
I know, I understand. All right, you know how much do you need?
Hang on. There's more to this text. Hold on. She wouldn't be the only one obsessed with clothes. Seems a couple of people
I want you to
are.
be ashamed of me, Maxie. You, the bride, your son, and everything.
Yeah, but 500 francs.
Maxie.
Yeah, some of these texts, the bottom didn't show.
You will? Oh, good.
This is not my money. It's Papa's. And if you've ever found out,
Don't worry, Maxie, you won't.
so long.
Alright. That's why you guys might be a little lost.
I hope she wastes the money before it's
Hold
too
on.
late. What money? Too late for what? The 500 francs to get you only out of jail. 500 francs.
So she also says, oh, I have a big exposure coming. It's taking a lot of time though. Could that be a CPS call? What big exposure, Steph? What big exposure did you have coming that's taking so much time? That was the other catch. That was on August 10th. So when you piece all this together,
If he thought he was a millionaire, well, everybody in the city's gone.
I don't know. I'm just not, I'm not buying that. They're not involved. I'm not saying they are, but I'm not saying they're not. So does anyone know of some big exposure that she had? Hey, sissy, some big exposure she had? Because I don't watch her, so I don't even know what exposure she had. But it looks like this backfired on exposure.
Yeah, she is. She's a thief.
Okay. Let me see if there's something else I want to point out.
She didn't steal anything.
I have to go back to the original text.
Well, you look after the money of the bucket, but it belongs to me, Fred. Where did you get this?
You look like you have an understanding heart. If a friend of yours were in jail, would you care how you got him out?
Okay.
Are you trying to incriminate me?
If I'm not mistaken,
She asked me for 500 francs, my money. Yes, Papa's money. She said she needed to buy clothes, but she really wanted to get that tramp out of jail.
Didn't
to get the million francs. Because
this
you
guy
really-
say in the beginning that he's on disability?
He's only a poor tramp.
Am I crazy? Or did he say in the beginning of the text messages that he was on disability and got 800 every 2 weeks? If somebody can find me that text, would be awesome.
He saw us kissing me. He was going to have you fired. So tell me.
That would have been at the very beginning, their very first
I only told him the first
call,
American thing.
their very first text.
She is guilty. False pretenses, monsieur. So give me my
If
money.
someone could find me that, it would be amazing.
I give you justice. Trying to steal.
And there's a reason why.
Throw them out. You can't do that to my
So let me know.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to show that proof. And this is the other thing that's kind of, he is on disability, because that's what he said, right, Johnny? That he was on disability.
We certainly have.
I just want to see the proof. And this is the other reason that made me think something's not right here. And if something doesn't feel right, it doesn't feel right. And my gut instinct is usually dead on.
Tony is.
Can't you see it just by looking at him?
Well, I don't believe it. He's much too nice to be a millionaire.
So if anyone can find out, it would be awesome.
Yes, Jane, that's true.
Okay. So Johnny, you remember too, he said he was on disability. and that he didn't need the money because he gets, 800 every 2 weeks or whatever from disability. Now, there's somebody on his panel that said that he has plenty of money. Life is a gem. I'm just saying, on the text message, he said he was on disability and that he got paid every 2 weeks. And that's why I want to see it in black and white. And he could have used him. Yeah, he could have. That's not what I'm getting at, though.
Of course I do. Why, after all, gentlemen, he only said that I'd give $1 million francs. And in exchange, all I asked was to find a person who would take an interest.
People going too far. Was never like this years ago. I agree, Pearls. The person that just sent it to me, you were exactly who I was talking to. Okay. Attempted by a friendship or whatever. I always something appreciation. I do like it.
That is, I will.
Struggle with mental health. No, that's not it.
The young lady marry me. What do you say?
No, of course I won't marry you.
You won't marry him?
Certainly not.
Okay, you said it, my call was received on August 22nd. Steph was talking about you and Rev in the stream that day and the days leading up to it. Mustang girl, I agree with that. But the person that sent me that's not, that doesn't say. I know I read somewhere that he got X amount of money because of disability.
And champagne, too. And what about that little cottage for Uncle Victor?
You were just laughing at me.
Tony's not to blame, Gene. Takes the pen again. He gives it to me.
Said he gets food stamps, gets 800 every 2 weeks, and gets assistance, plus has 1,000 cash already. I remember that.
Please, Gene.
If you thought I was in love with you, well, I wasn't. I was in love with a poor tramp who needed me.
He still needs you, Gene.
So I don't think that you're wrong for your thoughts. Yeah, I'm not saying definitely, but something just isn't right, is what I mean. Something's off. So the reason why I was asking about disability, I can't find it, but as you guys know, disability. So then there's this.
Monsieur Newlander, do you consent to take Mademoiselle Hoffman as your wife? Yes, I do. Mademoiselle,
Which I could have sworn he said he got disability, but maybe I'm wrong. But then he says, hey, I'm at work right now. And I'm thinking to myself, didn't you just tell me you're on disability? How are you working? We looked in the first paragraph. It's not there. But I found that very odd that he says, hey, I'm just at work right now. On my, what?
Yes.
I thought you got disability every month. How you at work?
No,
that's what made me odd. That's when I saw that, I was like, I don't know. Yeah, Rev's been gone for a while. You can do part-time, depends on the disability. He said he works evenings 5 to 10. That's 6 hours. I don't know how long. I don't know. But if you're that mentally disabled, how you working and holding a job? You can't be. Half the people in this community can't hold a fucking job. This guy can hold a job? Come on. Yeah, but my point is, he's well enough to hold a job and be on disability. It doesn't take much to make a phone call. That's my whole point. I'm not trying to get into his personal life. I'm saying that it's possible. Yes, you can make money on disability, but you have to be somewhat normal in order to do it. That's my point. It's pointless trying to find out a call. You'll drive yourself crazy. Which times, baby? First call, second call, third call, or fourth call? You're missing my point. I know a lot of people with disabilities work. I'm not saying he shouldn't work. I'm saying that he can't be so out there that he can't formulate a sentence when he can hold a job and be on disability. You have to be somewhat normal to be able to hold a job, period. Like I said, half this community can't hold a fucking job. So, but this guy can. That's my point. I hope it's clearer now. But that's my point. You need a doctor to sign off for disability. I don't know. Let me backtrack. I don't care that he's on disability. He could be on disability all day long. I'm saying that people are using, sometimes I don't express my feelings right. People are using the fact that he was so nervous on panel and that he couldn't really formulate a sentence. People are saying that I'm fucking crazy for thinking that he could have called CPS because he can barely formulate a sentence. I'm saying he can handle keeping a job, which means he can formulate a sentence. He just might not be good in public. I don't care if the dude's on disability. I don't care if he gets $1 million a month. That's not my issue. My issue is he could have made that call. No matter how you see him, he could have been doing something for staff. That's my point. I don't think he's on the spectrum at all. I think he was nervous. And I think he's lonely. And like I said, I've seen guys like that all the time. All the time. They have government positions for those disability part-time. There you go. There you go. Nameless. Can you be any fucking dumber? Nobody blamed him. I didn't blame him. I'm asking a question. The only way to find out, I'm sorry, let me put it like this. I'm sorry that I'm a little fucking ticked off that CPS was called on me 4 times unwarranted. I think I have a right to be just a little fucking pissed off. So I don't need anybody coming in here, oh, you don't have proof, you don't have proof. I never said I had proof. At no point did I say I had proof. It's called reasonable thinking and possible. That's what I've said. I'm not the ponies. I don't fucking automatically say, oh, you did this, this, and this. I don't do that. Never have. So if I said that, yes, they did this, I better have proof. But at no point did I say they did this. I said, do you guys think it's possible that they did this? Big, big fucking difference. Exactly. And I have that right. I disagree. Even seeing the people folding clothes. Absolutely, 100% you're right. Speak of it and get to the bottom of it. Absolutely. And I just, when I saw my name being blasted as a scammer and all this other stuff, I want to know. It wouldn't have ever hit me. I would have never, ever said a word about this if my name was not dragged into this with Rev. I would have never said a word. I didn't even know my name was in this until last night. And so all the ponies knew about this since August. Also makes me wonder what else they know. Because they're not going to say anything because they might be scared of staff. I don't know. But it's not like I'm involved in this out of nowhere. My name is in this. My name should not be in this. If their name gets in anything, they go holy fucking crazy. But when it's me, it's, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. No, I fucking do know what I'm talking about. No, not that time. I agree with you, Anita. I'm talking the one before, the one that happened in August. Very possible that it was the second one. Very, very possible. But I'm talking the one in August. The one with Phoenix. This last one, I know was Candy. I mean, it's not even a question. Other creators thought it was strange that she brought up your name. She brings my name up everywhere. Everywhere. Aren't you a tad bit pissed off the pony's bullshit? Always. But that's why I walked away from it. But to see that my name is being dragged up into something that I had no part of, that I know nothing about. Like I said, I don't go to other communities and talk about these people. I don't. Never have. I don't go to other places and be like, oh, Steph's this and Steph's that and TNT's this and Marianne's that. They're not important enough to talk about. Plain and simple. But obviously I am. Obviously I'm so important to them that they got to talk about me every fucking where they go. And it's bullshit. So again, they wonder why I'm talking about it. My name should have never been brought up in the first place. Plain and simple. And I have every fucking right to question why my name was brought up in the first place. They do everything on panel. Tell me why you're fucking talking to some guy about me. And then lie about it, saying it had to do with fucking a phone call. Bitch, please. I hung up because I don't care what you got to say. That's another thing. People are so narcissistic around here. They think that everything's about them. No, it's called being the better person. And it's called not caring what you got to say. So I hung up. I don't know why these mentally ill people think that it's all about them. No, I got nothing to say to you. I think you're an asshole. So I hung up the phone. Done. Plain and simple. The cases were unfounded, so laugh on them. 4 times though? Come on now. 4 times. And it's annoying. Plain and simple. It's just fucking annoying. So there's that. That's what I went live about. Denise, you're awesome. Denise is my new PR person. And like I said, I have every single right to be mad. And it's not something that I threw away yesterday. I'll show you guys the letter. It just came to me yesterday. So this letter came to me yesterday, and then I got this last night. That's why. And I understand that so many people don't know how to formulate things and put things together. But yeah, that was pretty fucking obvious to me. Especially that I just got the clearance letter yesterday. I don't even know why it took so long. But I got the clearance letter yesterday. I skimmed over it, and then I sat there and really looked at it and realized, oh my God, all the names are wrong. This isn't this last one. This is from August. So, yeah. Of course I have a right to be mad. These haters act like, how dare I say anything? How dare I be mad? Let fucking CPS be called on them 4 goddamn times. Let their kids be afraid to answer the damn door. Because teenagers don't go through enough. Teenagers have to deal with CPS all the fucking time. Makes sense. It's ridiculous. I'm all over the map too. Even when I take my meds, I'm all over the map. I hear you on that too. Totally hear you on that. So, all right. It's 7:40. I gotta go. I didn't even expect to be on this much. Didn't expect to be live, but kind of had no choice. So, with that said, thank you guys for Super Chat. Thank you guys for the PayPals. Do not forget, order a candle at, I don't know, William. I've been wanting to know that for 4 calls already. 4 calls. My daughter had already been very upset with the call before this one. Absolutely. And then she had to answer a door at 9:30 at night. But I'm the bad one because I've never called CPS. But maybe if I played as dirty as them, then maybe they'll get a fucking hint. But they don't. And then they all want to cry victim. Oh, poor me. I was threatened. Bitch, please. CPS never even fucking showed up at your house. Sit down. You got one screaming about I'm sorry, screaming at her kid. CPS isn't called. I do nothing wrong with my kids, and I get CPS 4 times. These people have serious fucking problems. Serious problems. And yeah, they jump panel to panel to panel to panel. Laura. And again, God forbid I say anything, I'm the bad one. Sit the fuck down.
I don't know. You've got to find Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, and I'm venting, like I said, because I got the letter yesterday, and then this came up last night. This isn't something, you know, that happened a month ago, and all of a sudden I'm bringing it up. You know, no, I just got the clearance letter yesterday and realized, oh, the names are wrong. It is traumatizing. It is pure haters. I agree with that. So, all right, I'm gonna get off and what's the word I'm looking for? I gotta go to the vape store. So my vape is not right. I'm like, when my vape isn't right, it makes me want a cigarette, and I'm not doing a cigarette, but that's what I want because for some reason my vape is not hitting me. It's driving me insane. That's on them in case. Yeah, but it stays on for 5 years, Quinny. 5 years. What happens if I go to get a government job? That shit comes up. I can't say, they're not going to question me. It's not like, oh, I got it from YouTube. I have a real life. They don't. So they don't think it's a big deal. It is a fucking big deal. It's a very big deal. And it's sad, you're right, Janelle, that I have to justify my every fucking move while they say and do whatever the fuck they want. I know, Quinny, I do I'm 20 bucks. While they say and do whatever the fuck they want. But God forbid I say anything, oh, Laura this. Fuck you. A glass of, I do need a glass of, I don't even have it. But I'll have to get some. It's, see? Exactly, pretty. You know, I have an education. It's like, this is exactly what happened with Pratt. This is why I had to marry Ron. Because you look up my name, it came up custody fight. I looked up all the shit, and then I had to explain it. Then the domestic happened. I was fucked. I couldn't even get a real job. But I have this, you know, bachelor's degree. I have an education. Oh yeah, 5 years here. Alabama's 5 years. I go get a job, a good job, clearance. They're gonna pull all that out, unfounded or not. They allegedly can't use it against you. Allegedly, they are not allowed to use unfounded reports against you. But put yourself, thank you, Pearls. Put yourself in a boss's position. Just put yourself in a boss's position, even though it's unfounded. We don't know where it came from. They don't see where it came from. They just see 4 reports. What are you going to do? You're going to hire this person? You're going to even ask them? You never met her before. You don't know her personality. You don't know anything. But she's got 4 unfounded reports. Do you know how many kids turn up dead that have unfounded reports? Think about it. What the hell did I do to any of these people to warrant this? Not a fucking thing. Not a fucking thing. Because they don't like me as a person? Thank you, pretty. Because they don't like me as a person, so now I'm fucked? That makes sense. They don't like somebody over YouTube. Ooh, sorry. But because they don't, none of them have jobs, none of them have education, none of them will get a fucking real job. They live off the state, literally, or they live off daddy, or they live off some, you know, husband, and they never have to worry about it. But I do. So I want to thank the fucking assholes, and maybe that's why I'm a little fucking more mad. Maybe that's why I am just a little heated, because I know that these assholes who are in and out of jail, or, you know, live off the state, and they'll, you know, generational living off the state. And I don't mean food, I'm talking everything. And that's okay, because they have no fucking clue. No kids have dropped dead because of false, unfounded reports. No. What I'm saying is, as a boss, you know, how many kids do we see in true crime that ended up dead where CPS failed them? Because every report says unfounded. So if, as a boss myself, I wouldn't hire them. I'd be like, I'm not getting involved. Sorry, go to the next person whose record is clean. Think about it. All because of fucking YouTube bullshit. Yeah, good going, guys. But I don't have a right to be mad. Sit the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I hope they do too. I'll enjoy my weekend when I get my vape working right.
Oh, books, I guess.
I didn't even want to go back to the vape store, but I don't have a choice.
You know we've got to go.
Oh.
No, they can't. I'll show you. Hold on. Let me get the letter. Hold on. I have a few of these, but let me get the latest.
Of course, jail, excuse, treasure. I got a chronic pain in my neck, Margaret. She doesn't nodding.
Don't be a fool, Dan.
See, I'll tell you what, let's stand in front of the house and throw rocks to me, will you?
You do think of this, you do things.
Oh, well, Margaret, let's do something.
It says,
Yeah, what?
get my glasses, because I'm blind as
You
a
know, someday
fucking
you'll be
bat.
calling in the news.
Okay, it says,
Well, they'd be substitute, didn't
yeah,
they?
I'm so blind.
Now hurry up, we're gonna be late.
What are we gonna do about the moon?
The department, hold on,
Phew.
I need light.
Hey, Margaret.
Good heavens.
Yeah, I know, I'm up to guess, I know that, but,
Alright, there we go.
hey, Margaret, I wanna talk to you.
It says, it is not public information, it is maintained in a confidential manner in accordance with the law. As noted in Alabama law, if the department receives no further reports in the next 5 years, identifying you as being responsible for neglect or abuse, you may request that your name be removed from the department central registry. If you want your name removed after the 5 years has passed, you must send a written notice.
Doesn't it bother you that you're
So,
parasite?
if certain information, that's what I'm hoping for, Spivvy. That is exactly what I'm hoping for. My name is wrong, my kids' names are wrong. I am absolutely hoping for that. It says, the written request should include the name of the county that completed the assessment, the date, blah, blah, blah. That's what I'm hoping for. It is fucked up.
Hey, man.
So, yeah. That's where we're at. The name's being reported incorrectly. Case, I hope you're right. I so hope you're right. Because this is the second report that the names are wrong. Nikki's saying it don't matter. Nikki, you're not even in the USA. Baby, he's right. She's right. So in my head, I feel like I'm yelling when I'm writing in chats, but I think because always a lot of people, I don't know, but that give me a headache. So I'm hoping Spivvy is right. I really am. It's their last names that are all wrong, but still, even my name's wrong, which just only further proves it didn't come from anyone that knows me. So you can use as backup to say it was false. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm going to call them Mom Bear and see if they will remove it based on the fact that it's not even correct. The names aren't even right. This is so not anybody.
You guys did that with me.
Yeah, but Spivvy, with certain jobs, even though it's not public, like it won't show up on a, like, you know, one of these bullshit sites.
You paid $38.
You go for police
to
job,
plagiarize
911,
data.
anything with the government, which is huge where I live, they can get everything. Every CPS call, everything. They can get it. Everything around here is government clearance. Even like stupid jobs are government clearance. 911 calls government clearance. Anything is clearance. So that's why. But all right, I'm gonna get out. Yeah, government uses everything. But I just want to let you guys know that's where I'm at. And that's why I'm very upset. And it just pisses me off. And people don't get it. They just don't care because they have no idea what it's like to be in the real world. So with that said, love you guys. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace. And thank you guys for super chat and support and everything else.
I get this, everyone. An attempted gas station holdup not going as planned, and that is thanks to my next guest. He is a Marine who fought off a group of armed robbers in Arizona. He joins me now. It is James Kilser. It's great to have you. So I saw this video popping up on Twitter over and over again yesterday, and I couldn't stop watching it. Tell me what happened as we show folks at home.
Well, I mean, I was standing there against the counter talking with Everett, the clerk. I'm there pretty regularly, so I knew him fairly well, and we were talking about how we needed to not be a gas station clerk anymore. We need to come work out with me over in the proving grounds. And so then
turn around to go and leave, kind of walk out, and as I'm turning around, I hear the door kind of open real aggressively, and well, at that point, the spidey senses kind of tingled a little bit, and I looked over and saw one person with a gun, and they started yelling, "Open the register," and kind of did a quick sweep. Saw two other guys without no other weapons, and decided that's the guy I'm going to hit.
And what's in the bag? I mean, you grabbed the gun, which I think is obviously brave, and it's part of your training, I know, as a Marine. But what was in the bag?
I'm sorry?
What was in the bag that you hit him with?
Oh, 2 Gatorades, 2 energy drinks, and a snack. And I didn't even know the bag was, I didn't know the bag was still attached to my body at that point. Completely unaware. I was actually going to take control of his head and the gun at the same time. And the bag just happened to be heavy and attached to me, and it smashed him right in the face.
What did your friend Everett say?
Well, he ended up jumping over the counter and chasing to see where the other guys went around the corner when they run out. But I mean, he was a little worked up about it, but definitely an exciting start to the day. Well, for him, the end of the day.
Wow, I mean, he's got to be very glad that you were one of the regular customers and that you were there at the time. Maybe just a word about your military service and the training that you have that will serve you well and the rest of us for the rest of your life.
Well, the military training, I mean, there's a quote going around about it's a little misleading. It's kind of 2 things I said put together, but the military training, it helped a little bit with the muscle memory, but I mean, most of it was just being prepared. I take my personal safety and the safeties of others around me pretty seriously on a regular basis. So just being in the right mindset of if this happens, I'll be there. And once they happened, I was mentally prepared, and
I'm so glad that you were.
It had to be done.
We wish that you had been on that Philadelphia train. We're great to meet you, and if anybody sees James out there, buy him either an energy drink, I think it was Monster, which your preferred, or a beer if you want one. Thanks so much,
I'll
James.
take a beer, please.
Beer? Get him a beer, everybody, and I'd love to buy you one as well on me in Yuma, Arizona. Thank you so much, James.
See that it's done. Now, regarding the purchase of the Acme Lumber Company, I had their books gone over third. Cash on hand and in banks, $13,672.86. Accounts receivable, $32,842. Wait a minute.
Okay.
I have no intention of selling my horse.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with me today. I first want to point out that this operation would not have been possible without our colleagues from not only social services, but the police departments. In this county, we are exceptionally blessed with professional law enforcement, whether you're in the cities or in the county. And this is one more example of what we do every day. We work together. I could not be more proud of my folks. And when I say my folks, I'm not only talking about the men and women that work with me at the sheriff's office, but when I talk about my folks, I'm talking about my friends at the police department. We are represented today by Deputy Chief Stewart from the Haines City Police Department, Chief Velasquez from the Lake Wells Police Department, Chief T from the Lake Hamilton Police Department, Lieutenant King from the Auburndale Police Department, Chief Garcia from the Lakeland Police Department, and he will also speak in a few minutes. We have with us Samantha from Salea Freedom. We have Sarah from Children's Home Society. And of course, we have Dr. Marianne from One More Child. Dr. Marianne and I speak to you often because a top priority in this community is protecting victims, whether they be children or adults. And this was a human trafficking operation. Our team of deputies and police officers, in just a very few days, arrested 102 people. Now, I'm going to go through what I think are some of the more interesting ones, and then we're going to hear from our other speakers, and then we'll take questions after that. Well, first and foremost, we celebrate the fact that we believe we've identified 3 victims of human trafficking. Sometimes we do investigations, and try as we may, we cannot identify our victims of human trafficking. And they're some of the most difficult victims to work with. And that's why we bring in the experts that are here with us today. Because the moment we arrest someone or take someone into custody that came here to perform sexual conduct for money, we don't treat them initially as a suspect of a crime. We treat them as a potential victim of human trafficking. So they are immediately counseled by our experts, and you'll hear from them in just a minute. We are pleased. This is a Hispanic female. She's 17 years of age. And let me tell you a little history on her. Back in 2019, when she was only 15 years old, she met her trafficker in another country. This trafficker, she and her mother thought were her friends. They were all just moving around the different countries. May 2021, our victim of human trafficking with her mother came here from Colombia via Mexico. The mom entered the country illegally. And that's important to understand. The mom entered the country illegally, and she was met in the United States by the trafficker who she had originally met in the Dominican Republic of Guatemala. So we highly suspect that the victim's mom may also be involved or a victim of human trafficking. We know this deal was set up by her trafficker. He's not in custody. He's under investigation. And I can assure you that we're going to do our best to locate him. Now, she came to the undercover site to perform sex for $230. And she was only 17 years old. So, as I said, immediately, we turned this child over to our experts, and we'll hear more in a minute. The 17-year-old said, well, I thought he was my friend. Well, he was her pimp, and he was trafficking her. So then we found 2 more human trafficking victims who were only 20 years of age. One of them was from Utah, the other one was from Mexico. They were 20 years of age. The young lady from Mexico is here illegally. And she came here with a lady from Utah to engage in sex for $550. This was set up by a pimp for this deal to occur. They don't have any previous criminal history. They're young girls, but they're being taken advantage of by these pimps. Ladies and gentlemen, what's scary about this is we suspect many more of these young ladies are also victims of human trafficking, but they would not work with us. They would not admit that they were victims of human trafficking. So as a result, we weren't able to even get to the first step with them. These 3 we celebrate because we were able to get to the first step. So if we'd only made 3 arrests in the entire week from all of the resources we put together, we would have been celebrating today. But there's much more to look at. As you know, I always explain to you so you get an idea about what's really happening in these operations. And here's Idris Carrot. He's 32 years of age. He's from Bosnia. He is an adult protective investigator for DCF in Pinellas County. Oh, by the way, I understand he's in the process of being terminated. Do you understand what I just said to you? He investigates adult exploitation. He investigates abuse and fraud against the elderly on the other end of the age spectrum from what he was actually doing himself. He's a bad man. He needs to be out of the system. And he needs to be in jail. And that's where he is. Now get this. In order to get away from his wife, he agreed to take the kids to karate. And then, oh, by the way, I'll take them to their mother-in-law's. So he was having to work in excuses so he could get away from Pinellas County and zip over to Polk County in order to do the nasty deed for which he was arrested.
I said, why when you're hungry, you eat. I want to go without food. I ain't doing my stomach.
Then there's Alicia Tucker. She's 36. She's from Orlando. She was in possession of cocaine. She had an outstanding warrant for trafficking in North Dakota. She's got a long criminal history. She has 52 prior criminal charges and or arrests. Did you hear me? 52. And she's only 36 years old. She's been arrested 7 times in Orange County, in the Orlando area, for prostitution. She's a slow learner. Nothing we've done in the criminal justice system has stopped her criminal conduct. I suggest it's time she go to state prison. That may be a novel thought if you're from Orange County, but this is Polk County, and we lock you up for doing bad things.
Some oats and some bran, some barley, some
And
carrots.
then there's Frances Hall.
About 10 pounds of salt.
Frances Hall is a specialist. You see, she's in the kinky sex.
What do you mean, cash or credit?
She brings like a bag full of all kinds of things that we're not going to talk about. We're not going to show you. But she's like the wild deal here. She showed up to be a dominant in a dominant submissive event. She was charging $175. Well, newsflash, she got arrested. She claims her real job is data entry. We're not going to let her enter data at the jail, but her data was entered at the jail. This lady will get you in trouble next.
Come on, hurry up, snap into it.
Then there's Shelby Atkinson, he's 49. He's from the Hickory Street in Lakeland. He showed up on his birthday and was bragging that it's his birthday. Well, happy birthday, Shelby. How did that work for you? Well, we gave him a birthday gift. We gave him a nice set of handcuffs. And then we gave him a special meal at the jail. And then we gave him free room and board, all for his birthday. And when our undercovers negotiated the price with him, because it was his birthday, we offered him a $10 discount. Now, he certainly had a birthday that he'll remember forever. But there's more to the story. He has a long criminal history. He's got 30 previous charges from California. Well, Shelby, I suggest you pack up and go back to California. You know, we're not so tough on that stuff out there. In fact, I don't think California's tough on much of anything. So go back to California. Obviously, you didn't learn out there in the criminal justice system. We're going to give you a new found lesson here in the state of Florida. He's, by the way, employed as a handyman. They didn't say what kind of handyman, but I highly suggest you don't hire this guy.
That's the Colonel Pettigrew. Yeah, I hope she's got $500.
Then there's Carlos Linanos. He's 30. He lives in Lakeland. He works for Purina Cattle Chow. He actually blends vitamins into cattle food. Well, I guess that didn't occupy enough of his time, so he decided he'd have a half hour of sex for $75. It didn't work out that way. But do you know why he said he did that? Are you ready? You know, you can't make this stuff up. He's upset with his wife. So he decided to have sex to get back at her. That's right. He's married. He's mad with his wife. You know, I just don't believe at a marriage counseling session that they would have suggested that to Carlos in order to make things better at home. But anyway, he was arrested.
Colonel Pettigrew?
Newsflash, it's not his first time. In 2019, in a similar operation to this, the same undercover detective who works for LPD caught him last time. That's right. He still hadn't paid off his $6,400 in fines. But he did have him wrote down to $1,300 before he got arrested again. So, you know, he's already paid a ton for that sex, and now we've caught him again. So it is our prayer that upon conviction, they'll give him some time in the county jail and another $5,000 fine plus court costs.
I'll take the same thing. And the same for you, sir? I didn't come here to make a speech.
I suggest that his wife marry a real loser.
I hear you're rolling it well.
Then there's Antonio Young. He's 47. He works for the city of Lake Wales as a groundskeeper. He came all the way to the undercover location in Lakeland for sex. And he was carrying a firearm, but he does have a concealed weapons permit. He was not a convicted felon. This is a misdemeanor arrest. He showed up with $100, even though we told him it was $125. Antonio, you still owe us $25 for your non-sex event. He's on his way to jail, or in jail. Maybe he's bonded out by now. Here's Eric Hawkins, 43. In Marion County, they have a Marion Senior Director of Transportation. Senior Services Director of Transportation. That's what he was. They didn't like the fact that he came here to engage in sex, and they immediately terminated him, as we're told. So not only did he not get sex, he got arrested and lost his job. Eric, how'd that work for you, right?
I came here to borrow $500 off you.
We talk a lot about child predators, and you all know my number one focus in life is to find these folks that want to attack our children. So while we're doing this undercover operation, our detectives who are specialists were online cruising the different social media sites, and guess what? We found Donald Spencer, who's 64 years of age. That's right. He's been down here about 1 year from Pennsylvania. And he's already in trouble here for very nasty things. He lives in Mobile.
Enough to pay for the meal? How about you?
He traveled to the undercover location thinking he was going to have sex with a 14-year-old child, a little girl. He told her online that he was going to teach her and monitor her and help her grow into this world of sex. That's right. So we charged him with traveling and attempted lewd battery. Then, get this, we're never at a loss for quotes as long as we do these operations. Here's what he told the detectives. I knew it was probably a sting, but I had to sacrifice myself in case it wasn't. Are you kidding me? Oh, you're really kidding. This guy's got 5 brain cells, 3 of them aren't working. One of them is used to operate the BD he's got for a brain. He came up to the operation, admitted he knew it was probably a sting, but that's how strong their desire is to have sex with children. Now, he was very, very nasty in his chat of what he thought was a little 14-year-old girl. All of this was social media driven. He was prowling children's social media sites looking for a child to attack. if this entire operation had have only caused this person to be arrested, it certainly would have been worth it.
It's a deal. We got a little bit of stuff over there. Oh, sure. If you got anything on
Then there's Pikachu. No, we didn't arrest him.
Smart guy, huh?
But Pikachu, you see, is a co-conspirator, not a willing co-conspirator. Because the next guy that I'm going to introduce you to, as he's grooming this child, makes the statement, we want to cuddle with Pikachu and have sex in the back of the car. Did you hear what I said? Well, I talked to Pikachu. He confessed. He turned state's evidence and said, dude, I had nothing to do with this program. He just bought me off the shelf someplace. Pikachu didn't like this. You know, if you play Pokemon, I know you're familiar with it. It's something like gotta catch them all. Well, our detectives from the sheriff's office and the police departments, I don't know that we caught them all, but we caught a bunch of them. Yes, we did. Who's our guy who wants to cuddle with Pikachu and have sex with children? Theodore E. Jones, 28 years of age. He's either from Kissimmee or Satellite Beach. We found addresses for each. He's a chef at the Hangar in Disney Springs. That's where we found him. Our detectives were able to run him down, and he was there. And he had old Pikachu in the car. That's right. He wanted to told us what he thought was a 13-year-old child, a little girl, that he wanted to have sex with her for the first time. And that when they finished, he wanted to keep her panties. And he didn't come to the undercover location, so we went to him. We had to rescue Pikachu from that nasty environment. But more importantly, we had to find children who he was seeking. And he was seeking them once again on social media sites. He was using his computer. He was transmitting nude photographs of himself. That's right. To what he believed to be a 13-year-old child. He said very nasty things to this 13-year-old child to go along with the very ugly, vile, nude photographs that he sent. So, you want evidence that he had Pikachu? There he is, hugging him.
Yes, he ain't ready yet, boss. Oh, sure he is.
Pikachu said, I didn't like the dude from the beginning.
Not run any of those guys.
So with that, we put Pikachu back, take him out. It's been a long weekend after all. And I want to first introduce the Chief of Police in Lakeland, Ruben Garcia, for a few comments. And as soon as he speaks, then we'll have Samantha speak, and then we'll have Maureen speak. Chief?
Hey, good morning, Chief Ruben Garcia, Lakeland Police Department. We're certainly honored to be here in partnership with the Sheriff's Department and our other agencies throughout the county to bring these suspects to justice. 102 sad stories, truth be told. Some of them great stories in the fact that our service providers here, our local service providers, will be able to wrap the services around them and save some of these children that were victims of human trafficking. But for the greater most part of them, they're accountable for their actions, they're being held accountable for their actions. And we're certainly glad that we were able to be a part of that and bring them to justice. I never want to miss the opportunity to thank the men and women that work out in the trenches to do these undercover operations. A long week of seeing a lot of stuff they probably never wanted to see. A long week of dealing with a lot of folks that they probably wouldn't want to deal with on an ordinary basis, but they're willing to go out into those unseated places and make those contacts in order to safeguard our whole community. So my hat really goes off to them for the great work they did. So again, we're certainly glad to be a part of this operation. We thank our sheriff for being the lead to keep this county safe from this kind of activity. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Samantha Cole with Sailor Freedom, and Sailor Freedom is an organization that treats the survivors of human trafficking and sexual exploitation. And we would like to thank all the different law enforcement agencies within Polk County that allowed us to walk beside them in this opportunity to put an end to human trafficking. The efforts made and the arrests made in this operation are huge steps in the movement to end human trafficking and allow freedom for the identified victims to start their road of recovery. So we thank you.
Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Hi, my name is Dr. Marianne Thomas, and I am with One More Child. And we are honored to once again be working alongside Polk County Sheriffs as well as all of the police departments to help end human trafficking in Polk County. We know that Sheriff Grady Judd has a heart for victims, and his people readily identify victims and immediately ask for services. And that is what we want to see. We do work with children ages 10 to 28 who have been identified as human trafficking victims. So we're able to provide that wraparound service as we move on from here. It's not just about identifying them, it's about helping them afterwards. And also, I would like to highlight something the sheriff said. These people, these traffickers, came as a friend. And so for parents who are watching, who are listening to this, please know it's not the boogeyman out there that's coming after your child. It's someone who already has contact with your child, someone who knows your child on social media, someone who already has a relationship with your child. And so it's very important that as parents that we do our part to make our children safe online as well. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions?
Come on, Whitey, take him out for a walk. Oh, you should have seen us down the dumps. Oh, let's just get that place up. To get stuck on a mascot goes completely dead. Princess, you're a light. Go on, man.
Well, it takes time, and so that's part of it. It's coming out is the hardest part. Being able to stand up to someone who has abused you for so long and really has mind control over you. And so being able to take that first step is the hardest part. There are great services. Sailor Freedom is here. We also have Partly for Children was with us, and we also had Children's Home Society with us. There are great providers in the community who are able to step up and walk alongside them and do all of the things that have to be done. Some things might be you have to turn yourself in for something if there's a warrant out for your arrest. Some things might be you don't have housing, and so the trafficker controls everything and you need help finding housing. We can all help with that. We work in conjunction with all the service providers in the state of Florida to provide whatever that person might need as he or she comes forward.
You know, it's also important to point out that we have this wonderful law in Florida that even if you're arrested for prostitution, once we determine that you're the victim of human trafficking, and you move through and receive services, and that arrest and any evidence of it by law has to be wiped out. So when we identify these folks, then and they are victims of human trafficking, and they agree to the wraparound services that we're going to give them for free, then all evidence of that arrest, from the police report to the original case number to the photographs and the fingerprints, can all disappear. So there's a perfect opportunity for us, the government system, and us, the public, the private system, to say, look, we're all in this with you to save you from this environment. All you got to do is cooperate. Any other questions?
Hey, right. Look here. You want to know me well enough to take a little kitty? Oh, you must mean exactly what I say about your business. You can marry anybody you like.
Thank you. First and foremost, it's apps where they're most likely to be able to interact with someone their age or someone interested in what they do. For example, the traditional prostitution apps you'll find in one area, you'll find our sexual predators prowling for children in apps that are of interest to children. So we are there undercover every day searching out those predators. So they need not to relax and say, oh, I got away with it. No, it's no tricks, no treats. Well, the reality of it is
This is not the last time we're going to do this until the next Halloween. No, this is what we do every day. And then we partner with our police departments. And once again, this is a banner operation. This is unbelievable. This is euphoric for those of us in law enforcement. We identified 3 potential victims of human trafficking that we're able to immediately, the second they show up and we take them in custody from the event, get services. And we found 2 child predators who are very deviant, very dangerous people for children. This was a huge operation for us. Any questions? Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Mr. Royce, strike the last word. The gentleman is recognized. As a gentle lady on the other side of the aisle knows, I too live in Texas. Raised my son, daughter to respect firearms. We shoot them frequently on our property. We shoot semi-automatic weapons on my property. Teach my children how to use them safely. I teach them what they're used for, why we have the ability to have firearms. And yes, we use it for hunting. Son shot his first deer. Briefly.
What do you use semi-automatic weapons for?
I use semi-automatic weapons to kill hogs. I use semi-automatic weapons for sport and shooting on our property, but I also have semi-automatic weapons, and I'm getting to the point.
Thank you.
Because a semi-automatic weapon is a weapon that you can use for self-defense. It is a semi-automatic weapon that you can use to defend yourself against home invaders, but also, let's be clear, against tyranny. Gentlelady's talking about the Second Amendment in the context of hunting, as if my rights are reduced in the Constitution to a 410 or a single shot or lever action 22, as if that was what was expressly put forth as how we're supposed to be defending ourselves. And let me go and finish my time. So unless you want to add more time. I need more time. Will the gentleman give me another 30 seconds?
Yes.
Okay, I'll yield.
You said that you could use a semi-automatic weapon to fight tyranny. You mean you'd use it against American troops?
The very the very existence of the Second Amendment is designed purposefully to empower the people to be able to resist the force of tyranny used against them to step over their natural rights given to them by God. That is why the Second Amendment exists. That is very specifically why the Second Amendment exists. Let's be very clear about that. Let's rewind the clock a little bit, as I know at least several justices have written in Supreme Court opinions, but about what life looked like in the 19th century and what the government was doing to remove the ability of either slave owners or, importantly, freed blacks, or, importantly, whites who even stood up in defense of blacks or against slavery, and the efforts by the South and the efforts by the strong arm of government to remove their ability to have firearms. That is an absolute, undeniable, documented, historic fact in our country. As written by Robert Verbruggen in National Review, I'm happy to submit this to the record without objection. He writes, the heart of the problem is that in an effort to stave off rebellion and maintain the racial caste structure that had developed under slavery, state and local governments refused to respect freedmen's constitutional rights. Crucial to the South's efforts were gun control laws that applied to blacks and blacks alone. This does not show that, and go on further, I'm going to take too longer, where it goes into the South's campaign against black gun ownership, not surprisingly, began long before the Civil War. 2 slave rebellions in the 1820s stoked white fears, and in response, many legislatures amended their laws prohibiting slaves from carrying firearms to apply the prohibition to free blacks as well. When the government, and he writes further, and I agree with this, when the government has the ability to forbid gun ownership, It has the ability to render groups it dislikes helpless to defend themselves, regardless of whether modern gun control accomplishes its purpose of reducing crime. And for the record, there is no evidence it does. And I agree with that as well. This is so inherent to the very conversation we're having. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle just blithely dismiss due process. A former judge even saying, arguments about due process, you have the opportunity to be heard after. You have the opportunity to be heard after your rights have been taken away. That's the key issue here. We are absolutely destroying the bedrock principle that your rights are given to you by God and that you can't just have to go to the government to ask permission to exercise those rights. And when
would the gentleman yield for a question? Could I ask Mr. Roy a question? Would you yield for a second?
I need to finish up my time. I already have a few seconds left over from the chairman. I'm happy to engage with you in colloquies later. And I would point out that my colleague from Maryland, again, just sort of rolled over the fact that it was very expressed in the Supreme Court's ruling that the Second Amendment protects an individual right to possess a firearm unconnected with service in a militia. My colleagues like to continually try to connect that to militia service, but we all know that what a militia looked like in 1775 and 1776. I appreciate that the chairman gave me a little extra time in light of our exchange and question. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say a word or two about Judge Coe. The Supreme Court has a docket of very limited size. It hears only a small handful of cases every year. In fact, it hears fewer and fewer every year, it seems, which is an interesting question of its own. But that means that in most cases, the buck stops with the courts of appeals, and that's why the nominees that we put on these appellate courts matter so much. The Supreme Court has reversed or otherwise blocked at least 3 of Judge Coe's decisions just in the last year. Now, I'm not aware of any other district court judge in the nation who has been reversed that often by the Supreme Court in such a short time. What that means is she just isn't getting the law right. And that's a problem given the job that she's asking for a promotion for. I have serious concerns about giving someone a promotion when they're not doing their current job well. The most notable of these cases is Tandon versus Newsom. Now, that dealt with the fair application of COVID restrictions during the pandemic. She acknowledged that in this opinion that the state gave businesses an exemption that people of faith did not enjoy. Tattoo parlors, for instance, were fined, but worship was not. The Supreme Court of the United States pointed out that it is not permissible to allow hair salons, retail stores, personal care services, movie theaters, private suites at sporting events and concerts, and indoor restaurants to bring together more than 3 households at a time, and simultaneously to tell people of faith that they can't gather in groups of more than 3 households at a time. The Supreme Court particularly took issue with Judge Coe's assumptions in her opinion that people of faith were less likely to wear masks and socially distance, and therefore could not be trusted to gather in their homes, while folks in commercial settings, all of these other places, retail stores, personal care services, movie theaters, private suites at sporting events, that those folks could be trusted to socially distance and to follow the rules. Here's what the Supreme Court said: the state cannot assume the worst when people go to worship, but assume the best when people go to work. Reversed Judge Coe's. I have serious reservations about all of the times that she was reversed by the Supreme Court, but I have to say, and I discussed this with her, her opinion in the Tandon case really is something to behold. The Supreme Court has said repeatedly for decades, you cannot treat secular entities more favorably than you treat people of faith. It has been a bedrock principle. Now, we have seen states, governors try to do this throughout the pandemic, try to favor retail businesses, try to favor money-making entities, try to favor folks that probably, frankly, bring in a lot of money or maybe contribute a lot of money to their political coffers. And this favor people of faith. It is simply not permitted by the First Amendment of the United States.
You made it up. You made this along with it. It's a made-up thing. It's a total fabrication. It never happened. It never happened. This one was invented by a right. This one, it never happened. It's false. It never happened. It's a fake. It's fiction. It's an urban legend. It never. No way. We got not a chance. Not this time. It never happened. made this one up. It's fiction. We made up this one. We made it up. Not this time. Not this time. Not this time. You're wrong. Not this time. You've never.
She was in the chat now for like the 8 o'clock. I want to see the price before you get it. As I does. So she's not going to hang around for that. She went live instantly with her story about Red Lotus. And then starts doing a bit of trouble, which is pretty
Like I said, I never do anything. Like I said, I mean, I did hear Abe say to Red Lotus, I want to see what you've got, what you're saying, have you got receipts? I didn't hear all that, but what I'm saying is, I never heard anything to the point that would require you to say anything so bad.
Of the circuit that she serves in. Told us repeatedly was the basis for her decision in Cannon versus Houston. The case then went to the Ninth Circuit, and the Ninth Circuit affirmed her opinion in that case. Included 2 Republican appointees who sided with her as well. Then it was taken to the Supreme Court. You use the word rebuke over and over again. It's your right to do that. The decision by the Supreme Court reversing her original trial court decision was a court decision. And Chief Justice Roberts sided with her in her position on the issue. I don't think that's as much a rebuke as a close call, as close as they come at the Supreme Court. She's made it clear from the start that she has no bias against people of faith. She has the support of those of her own religion, which evidence that. So I would say you did raise that question as others did repeatedly, and I think there's some response.
Someone else who she supports a totally for you. So it's going to be interesting to see how she feels about that.
For the Ninth Circuit.
Because she shouldn't be supporting that after she is so.
By proxy.
I hear what you're saying. I never hear from her because I don't listen to her.
Well, actually, because she went live. When she couldn't get a link, she went live and just the way she throws Savage's name in there, like, that's her bulldog, like, and we'll be scared because I'm throwing Savage's name in here. You better watch out, Abe, you child molester. What the fuck? Seriously? When no one can even mention anything, she's like, don't you mention my kids,
Denver.
She talks
Look
about
at that.
children,
Why does it say Denver?
his child support, is this, is that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Paul.
Yes,
I
they
want to recognize my questions
Fucking
because I
retarded.
asked you didn't see you answer them again, so let's not go around and let it go out. So as I have been Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, or in the time between present times inauguration, and your confirmation that you ever made fair conversations with General Scott Miller about your teaching of you did not. Okay. During your September testimony on the topic, you told Senator Brooks that you basically didn't have an opportunity to participate in the decision process on Afghanistan because you were at home sitting on your couch. We're all aware that you were pending confirmation prior to April, but were you actually at home sitting on the couch, or were you involved in the President's decision calculus on when and how to withdraw from Afghanistan?
I had no interactions with the administration, trying not to proceed.
Were you ever part of a rock group in which General Miller so you were present for that night, rock
The rock drill on the retrograde.
Okay. What we're concerned about, and what I hear from Tennessee is thinking about, is that you all have a tendency to point the finger at the Trump administration and say they didn't know how to lead. But you've taken over, and what you've done is to And the DoD leadership is something that people in Tennessee have a lot of concern about. They are seeing active perceiving active. And they are perceiving a self-righteous indignation that the individuals or the military would question you on. So in this vein, I want to read for you portions of the letter that I received in my office this week. And I'm reading from the letter. Thank you for your work and time to find answers about the horrible Afghanistan wall. I saw a news report yesterday that the suicide bomber who took my son's life and 12 others was actually a prisoner in Congo. So then, not only did we leave all of our military equipment, but we also just left these terrorist prisoners and Gaza. And now we find out that the Taliban just released them, which is not a surprise. I have not expressed my anger or political thoughts through this grieving time, but now I hear that this coward had been locked up, and someone on our side made the decision to just let these bad guys evaporate into the wind. Really frustrates me beyond belief. Please continue to try to find out who is responsible for the decision to run from life. It sounds like that decision is directly related to the death of my son and the 12 other U.S. service members. Now, I am duty bound to my constituents, to Tennesseans, and to these military families from our state who have reached out to me about this horrific debacle in Afghanistan. So I need to ask you a few questions, and please bear in mind that you are not speaking to me, that you are speaking to them. So let's throttle any animosity that you have toward me and speak to the Tennesseans, to our service members that want this answer. Who specifically is responsible for the decision to withdraw U.S. forces from Bagram?
The president decided that we would withdraw from Afghanistan. We were always going to leave Bagram as a consequence of leaving Afghanistan.
So it was the president's decision?
The president directed that we leave Afghanistan, and then General Miller executed a retrograde that included the leaving Bagram airport.
The president. Who specifically is responsible for the decision to leave terrorist prisoners in Bagram despite the impending advance of the Taliban forces?
So Taliban prison, which is the prison you're speaking of, doesn't actually have the airfield. It's all the airfield. It was transferred to the Afghans in 2013, so it wasn't part of the retrograde to transfer that prison. It had been transferred 8 years prior.
Okay. So you're saying leaving Bagram absolutely no impact on the prisoners being freed. Is that the position of this administration, that you have nothing to do with this?
I think people sort of took character and good judgment and disagreed. I think that the Afghan National Security Forces had control of the prison, and they were control of the Bagram airfield. So when the Taliban overwhelmed those forces, they took over both the airfield and the prison.
So that was a decision made by the president to give up Bagram airfield and to execute a speedy withdrawal from the nation.
The decision was to leave Afghanistan, which means we were going to leave Bagram. The General Miller's retrograde plan included leaving Bagram.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. Senator Kelly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Call, countries like China have long benefited from our presence in Afghanistan and the stability that we have provided in the region. The conclusion of U.S.-led operations has formed, not August 31st. So, with that, Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Senator King.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today as we continue to examine the repercussions of President Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan and the abandonment of Americans to the hands of the Taliban. Mr. Call, Dr. Call, is it true that President Biden said we wouldn't leave when there were Americans left behind?
We've not left Americans behind. We continue to do that.
we left Americans behind. Did the DOD, you represent the DOD, Dr. Paul, did the DOD leave before all Americans were armed?
It was the consensus judgment that leaving on August 31st was the best way to continue.
So the DOD, General Mingus, did the DOD, did our soldiers leave before all Americans were out?
Yes, ma'am. Airplane left the 30th morning, the 31st of August.
Thank you for your straightforward answer. Yes. Dr. Carl, is there more or less risk of terror attacks against Americans and American interests because of the precipitous withdrawal of American military capability from the region?
The intelligence community assesses that the overall risk to the homeland across the world is at its lowest point since 9/11. We've already discussed the possibility that ISIS-K Al Qaeda may reconstitute and be vigilant against this.
That does not sound like a low risk when you have just told us that the possibility of attack from ISIS-K to our homeland could be 6 to 12 months from now.
The intelligence community assesses they could build that capability. They need to be vigilant in disrupting.
So it doesn't sound like low risk. So, Dr. Cole, what threat assessments did you use for planning the security environment that would occur after the U.S. withdrawal? What assessments?
Well, when I came into office, the decision had already been made, and I was overseeing from a civilian perspective the retrograde operations.
Yes, I understand. You informed me the last time in a closed session that you were busy sitting on the couch, so you weren't paying attention to those assessments, which I disagreed with because I do believe that in a position such as yours, you should absolutely be keeping up with various assessments. Especially as we're pulling out our military troops, leaving Americans and SID holders behind. So since you came into office, those assessments that were used by others, did they prove to be accurate?
I think the assessment, as we discussed a couple of minutes ago, the assessments constantly change. So originally, the intelligence community assessed 1 to 2 years after the withdrawal of U.S. forces would be the point where the NDSF might collapse. It then became closer to a year, and then months to years, and weeks to months, and days to weeks in August. And I was paying attention to all those assessments once I was in that position.
Thank you. And that would mean that any policy recommendations and planning recommendations that were made at that time are now ill-fitted for the security environment that we're now facing.
We were posturing to an over-the-horizon posture even before the ANDSF collapsed. Obviously, the ANDSF collapse makes that mission harder, but hard is not impossible.
What regional force postures, and this is going back to a number of questions you've already had, what other regional force postures, capabilities, ISR, are we now recommending be ready to deal with the security environment that is now true on the ground?
So we have a robust presence in the world. Beyond that, we should really talk about this in closed session.
And just in the time remaining as well, what measures have you recommended to address the reconstitution that we're now learning about with ISIS-K and Al Qaeda?
Well, I think we need to remain vigilant against that threat and collecting intelligence, and we can talk about exactly how we're doing that in the closed session. But we also need to build out more capability, so it's not just reliant on the facilities we have.
And just in the remaining time I have, thank you, gentlemen, again for being here today. We are going to continue looking into this. I do hope we are able to form an outside committee that can take a look at the past 20 years of the war on terror. But I also want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the men and women that have served our great United States Armed Forces and all that they have given and their families have given over the course of the past 20 years. They have faced significant and sometimes insurmountable challenges, and yet they have overcome and they have served us well. And we can never diminish their service, especially in the face of an administration that would not listen to our military leaders. So God bless them and their service to our great United States. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to commend the service of all of our service members who have served in Afghanistan and the intelligence officers and Afghan personnel who supported them. I want to focus on the last point that Senator Ernst made. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warrington.
Mr. Call, you testified to Senator Stylist that you were not yet sworn in when President Biden announced his decision to withdraw from Afghanistan a few weeks ago. In our closed session, you dismissively told Senator Ernst that you were on your couch during that period. While you were on your couch, were you preparing for your confirmation hearing and then to take the office you now hold?
It was after my confirmation hearing, and I was preparing as best I could by reading the newspaper and open source materials. I was not in the
From the time you were nominated to the time you were confirmed, did you speak with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan?
I don't believe so.
Never once.
No, I was under instruction not to do anything that would presume confirmation.
Okay. But you were following the news through open sources. At what point did you become aware of President Biden's decision to withdraw all of our troops in Afghanistan last September 11th?
On April 14th.
When he announced it to the nation. From your couch, what was your opinion on whether we should withdraw those troops or whether we should remain some residual troop presence in Afghanistan?
I think as I said in my testimony, it was an exchange. I was supportive of a conditions-based drawdown, conditioning most prominently on peace agreement between the Afghan government
and did President Biden's decision to withdraw all troops by September 11th comport with that conditions-based drawdown? Once you were confirmed, did you express a personal opinion similar to what this committee has heard from Secretary Austin and Generals Miller, McKenzie, and Milley that we should maintain a small residual troop presence in Afghanistan?
Well, by the time I came in office, the debate had moved on. The president made his decision. We were executing on the decision. I was involved in what our presence should look like at the U.S. Embassy and at the airport to make sure that we could safeguard the embassy. And I was involved in the oversight of the retrograde and
So you did or did not have a personal opinion on that matter?
My personal opinion never changed, but by the time I came into office, the president made his decision and we were moving on that decision.
Did you agree that September 11th was an appropriate date by which to withdraw?
I think decided to outline that date.
Since you've been confirmed, you've never once spoken to Secretary Austin or Jake Sullivan or anyone else in the administration about why September 11th was chosen?
Not.
In retrospect, do you believe September 11th was a wise date by which to withdraw from Afghanistan?
I don't know.
The Biden administration has also said there was no intelligence indicating that the Afghan National Army would collapse so quickly. Were you also surprised by the speed in which the Afghan security forces collapsed?
I think we were all surprised by the speed.
Are you aware that the intelligence community consistently shortened the timeline of their assessment of how long the Afghan government could survive from a matter of years at the end of last year to a matter of weeks at the end of July?
Yeah, in fact, by August, I think on the eve of the fall of Kabul, they were down to days to weeks. But yes, it went from years to months to years to weeks to months and then to days to weeks.
General Miller has testified that in June there was a brief pause at the drawdown and ultimate closure at the Bagram Air Base to decide whether or not it should proceed. Obviously, it did proceed. Was it your opinion in late June, given the conditions we saw in Afghanistan, that the closure of Bagram Air Base should proceed?
It was General Miller's recommendation. My recollection is the president, of course, had instructed the department to leave Afghanistan. So there was no scenario in which we were to leave Afghanistan and not close Bagram Airfield. And the residual mission was at the embassy and at HKIA, which is where the concentration of a few hundred forces were beyond August.
In 2011, Mr. Cole, in your role as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, who stated the following: despite the often exaggerated media narrative that depicts Iraq on the verge of unraveling, the underlying security situation remains strong. Unfortunately, not long after that statement, Iraq was very much on the verge of unraveling. The Islamic State rose and rampaged across Syria and Iraq. A third of Iraq collapsed, which necessitated a new counter-terrorist operation. You couldn't foresee the unraveling of Iraq. You didn't foresee the unraveling of Afghanistan. Are there any other countries that may be about to cause national security debacles for America that you think you're not foreseeing now?
I don't know. I paid pretty close attention. I think we're focused on the counterterrorism front, on Somalia, the growth of violent extremists in places like the Sahel. We continue to have to be vigilant in Iraq, in Syria, and in Yemen, and as we've talked about in Afghanistan. And then, of course, there are even greater challenges when it comes to China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. So there's a lot that we have to focus on.
There are many challenges out there. Let's hope that we perceive them a little bit better than we have in the past.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator Peters, please.
Initially, and I came to examination here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Carl, I'd like to start with Bangladesh and ongoing.
Sanders left, and I will say that America is serious about providing quality health care to as many Americans as possible. I think it's been somewhere near $400 billion for VA, $520 billion on Medicare. We spend probably $350 to $400 billion on Medicaid. We spend $200 or $300 billion on Obamacare. We have provided somewhere near $1.7 trillion for healthcare. We spend about $800 billion a nation on public education, K-12. But unfortunately, in the poorest zip codes of this nation, the system fails those kids. So that the quality of your education determines the quality of your life so often. And yet, the poorest kids have too few options for quality education. And we fuse together the quality of your education with the quality of your future. I didn't come here to argue about the issues. I came here to make a difference about the issues. And frankly, I don't think we have done a good job making a difference for the average person in this country who watches the processes and the performances here in Washington, and they are sick to their stomach. And so when we hear that what we need is more money, and we have actually no conversation, no debate over what we're going to do with the money, of course it's frustrating. I hear my friends on the other side, and I watched them pass tax reform through reconciliation. They say, Bob, it's not a question we did it. What was the result of that reconciliation package? Well, it was in 2018, it was a 3% increase in revenue to the Treasury, a 3% increase in the Treasury as well. And over those 3.5 years, we saw $4,400 come back to the average American family. We saw taxes for a single mother like the one that raised me go down by about 70% of the tax burden to the federal government. We saw about a 60% reduction in taxes, federal taxes for working class Americans. If you're looking for a way to attack the rich, we actually create a system of taxation that is so progressive. What we said was a little different. We said that actually creating incentives like the opportunity zone so that those who have will reinvest in places that don't, bringing about $75 billion back to the force of Americans who happen to be consistently, disproportionately people of color. What we're concerned about in this process of reconciliation is not simply the process that we reach the end goal of getting it passed, though I am going to yell and scream about that too. It's what we're doing to the American people, not for the American people, through this process with an equally divided 50-50 Senate with a 3-seat majority in the House and with a White House that's controlled by the party. If I were in charge, and I'm not, deliberating, discussing, debating, disagreeing on those principles that we think move America in the right direction. This process is missing. We're talking about spending more money this fiscal year than any country on earth has ever spent.
And we're going to do that in the most partisan way. And I know the voters are watching. And I hope that the response and reaction that they have is an allergic reaction to this process and to the scrutiny, because ultimately, I predict in 3 to 5 years when we measure poverty in this country, worse than it is. What we saw after 2017 tax reform, we saw poverty hit the lowest level ever. We saw the unemployment numbers hit the lowest numbers ever recorded. We saw labor force participation rates in the poorest communities go up. We saw the long-term unemployment come back to work. What do we see today? The exact opposite. So yes, we are frustrated by the lack of transparency that this nation has on the largest stimulus packages in the history of the country. And we're frustrated by the fact that we call a COVID relief package a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package. COVID relief, what less than about 1% goes to vaccines and 9% goes to COVID-related health. Yes, we're concerned about the definitions of the words we're using. We have an infrastructure package that has about 10% in the next 5 years for roads and bridges. Because the American people believe the words we use, because the words we use are containers of power. And yet we deceive the American people in our packages by naming them something that sounds good, but the details are so murky you can't figure out what it is. And we're doing it again. At least when we talked about our reconciliation package, we said we're going to cut your taxes. We're going to return $4,000 to your household. We're going to make it easier for you to make decisions, because we lose, especially 535 people in Washington, to know that 330 million people should do with their money is ridiculous. So we'll give it back to you. You make your decisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, the Secretary for Defense Policy, Hill said, well, ISIS poses more of a short-term threat. Al-Qaeda took advantage of the
It's a multi-phase.
Persistent threat to the United States homeland. Well, no, the question is, what's changed? You say always. Has any recent event changed the likelihood of that? You don't know that we withdrew from Afghanistan. No, you don't know whether this law will increase the risk from Al-Qaeda. So you're the Attorney General of the United States. Secretary Ray testified openly twice that due to the lack of ability to advise the military and the unreliability of the Taliban, that an attack on the United States within 6 months of years will likely after a withdrawal in Does it make sense that that would be a dynamic of our withdrawal? Do you trust the Taliban to police Al-Qaeda? ISIS and matter of fact, they openly told us they will not work with us regarding containing the Al Qaeda ISIS threat. Are you aware of that? I think there have been inconsistent statements. No, they just literally said that. Yeah, there have been inconsistent statements, but their statements are well, when they tell you to your face, we're not going to help you. You think they're kidding? You think they really will help us, but they're just telling us to our face? ISIS, Al-Qaeda, associated forces. We're talking about the Taliban. The Taliban will tell the United States they will not work with our counterterrorism forces when it comes to Al-Qaeda or ISIS. What response should we have regarding the Taliban when they say that? I think we have a number of different tools available. Like what? We have economic sanctions where they need money from the United States for humanitarian reasons. This is so the leverage of the Taliban is whether or not we give them
The job of the Justice Department is using FBI. The National Security Division is part of our counterterrorism operation, right? It is. Has anybody from the National Security Division briefed you about the increased likelihood of attack imminent from Afghanistan after our withdrawal? Every day. Now, my question is specific. Has anybody briefed you about the increased likelihood of an attack emanating from Afghanistan by ISIS or Al Qaeda because of our complete control? We are worried about the risk of attack by I know it's one thing to be worried. Has anybody told you the likelihood of an attack is greater because of our views about the degree of likelihood that doesn't change our posture? It doesn't change your posture if you go from a possibility of being attacked to a 6 month to a year time window. Is that in light of the withdrawal from Afghanistan? In light of a lot of changing circumstances in the world. Let me just put a fact for Secretary Ray has told the world that ISIS and Al Qaeda in Afghanistan present a threat to our homeland. The Taliban has told us they're not going to help us when it comes to policing these groups. The Department of Defense has said we're 6 months to a year away from a possible attack by ISIS and Al Qaeda. And just seems to me there's not a sense of urgency about this. What have you done specifically? I'll end with this. Specifically, what have you done since our withdrawal from Afghanistan to deal with this new threat?
We have strengthened and increased the efforts of our joint terrorism task forces. I have met with them.
Literally, what have you done? Just put it in writing. Just write down what you've done.
I'll be happy to have our staff.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Thank you, Chairman. Welcome. Senator Dollars. Two topics. The first is executive privilege.
Mr. Barkova? Tell me your opinion. Why she is so from the unsheltered homeless
Thank you, Senator, for
which was always
the most important thing about homelessness for us. To be able to those concerns, having the program staff, having.
So you think it's because we don't have enough staff? But why is so many
Senator, I think homelessness is an issue across the country. I think there are several reasons why homelessness happens. But I think homelessness is a critical thing for us. If confirmed, I would want to focus on the staff that can address the seriousness of homelessness.
Can you think of another reason other than, in your opinion, we don't have enough staff? I was a little surprised. I thought you were going to say we need to put more money in the house.
Senator, it is critical and important that we gather resources that we need in order to address such a serious issue.
We're not spending enough money.
Senator, I think we need the staff to focus on the issue and finding solutions.
Let me ask you this. If somebody is under the age of 55,
The call room shift.
And they don't have children. And they're not disabled. Do you think before they receive government assistance, they should be encouraged to give up given that we've got 10 million
Senator, I think that those are issues that are being taken very seriously.
I'm asking what you're going to be a senior. What do you think? So pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Senator. I think I will work with everyone to be able to address these issues.
What do you think the answer?
Senator, I think the answer is not easy, and I think we have dedicated staff.
So we need more staff to study that one too?
Senator, I think we have staff that would be able to think about ways to support.
You don't have an opinion about whether somebody who's relatively young, childless, and healthy before receiving taxpayer money should be asked to get a job. You don't have an opinion about that? You're going to be a senior.
Senator, I think I don't have the specifics about what is required. And I think we have staff that would be able to really focus on the specifics of
This is recognized. Ms. Clark about in recent years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Thomas, well, as I look at your record, it continues a pattern of the Biden administration of nominating individuals to the bench who have long careers as activists. Throughout the course of this hearing, you have explained some of your prior positions as simply representing a client. But when I look at your career, I don't see that. I see that you are passionately committed to a particular vision of law. It has ranged from filing briefs in litigation in the state of Texas, defending race-based discrimination in university admissions, to most consistently transgender activism, and I would submit extremism. And this hasn't been one client you had in one case. This has rather been a consistent pattern that extended when you were a lawyer for the state of California, that extended when you were a lawyer for the U.S. Department of Justice, that extended when you were a lawyer for the state of New York. 3 different jurisdictions. You have been involved in litigation on the extremes of transgenderism. And in particular, you've carved out an expertise for yourself, using litigation to force institutions to allow biological males to use restroom facilities and locker facilities that are also used by girls, young girls, that are used by women. And this has been a pattern. When you were a lawyer for the state of California, you filed a lawsuit against Pratt, the gym, for not moving quickly enough to allow a biological male to use the women's locker room. When you were a lawyer for the state of New York, you filed briefs against the state of Texas, against the state of North Carolina, again, advocating for biological males to use girls' and women's restrooms. You know, the thing I find troubling about these arguments is it seems the women and girls never have the rights. That the girls that would like to shower next to someone who is not a biological male, who would like some privacy, their rights never seem to matter. And your pattern It's not a single case. It is across 3 jurisdictions over and over again. In the Texas case, the brief you filed said there, quote, there is no data or tangible evidence in support of the claim that allowing people to use bathrooms corresponding with their gender identity will lead to increased violence or crime in restaurants.
Thank you for the question. Again, as an advocate I haven't been an advocate for 3 years. I've been a judge.
3 years is not very long. And my question is simple. Do you stand by this?
I would not be appropriate to establish my expertise to my fellow clients to comment on my personal views about any case that I worked on. What my duty was to advocate diligently for my clients. I have set aside the advocacy role and I now occupy the judicial role. Where what you're
Judge, your brief also contended, quote, in states where anti-discrimination protections are already the law, the predicted safety harm has never materialized. You made a bold, aggressive, factual statement, by the way. In North Carolina, you said safety concerns were unfounded. You were an aggressive advocate, an activist advocate. And I believe the statements that you represented to the court, and those are statements that you're making as an officer, I believe they were false, and they are extreme. You've heard, you testified to this committee that you were not aware of what happened in Loudoun County this morning. I find that remarkable for someone who has spent years as one of the leading activists for allowing transgender biological men to use girls' restrooms and women's restrooms. In Loudoun County, Scott said, the parent of a 14-year-old girl, alleged the Loudoun County School Board covered up the sexual assault by a gender-fluid individual against his 9th grade daughter who entered the girls' bathroom in a skirt. And this individual was charged with 2 counts of forcible sodomy, 1 count of anal sodomy, and 1 count of forcible fellatio. The school district covered it up. They released this sexual predator, and the predator committed sexual assault again, twice. Why did you represent to the court that concerns about violent sexual predators committing violent crimes against young girls are unfounded and speculative? Why did you represent that to the court?
Thank you for the question.
Wasn't she beautiful?
I advocated on behalf of my client based upon data that we had at the time, and I zealously did so in those cases and in every other case that I handled.
Were you right?
Senator Cruz, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on the merits of any personal views regarding litigation that I handled on behalf of my client.
Well, these little girls that are sexually assaulted, people have a very different assessment. These little girls who were assaulted, thank you for your views, but
your past time, but the court,
she is perfectly welcome to respond. But as I said, the little girls who were raped in Loudoun County would have a very different assessment of whether this threat is dangerous, speculative or not, and you're more than welcome.
Thank you. I would conclude by saying again that I understand the difference between being an advocate and being a judge. I am a judge now. What I'm guided by is the record before me and the law. That is what I do now and what I'll continue to do.
I had to look at the document. What doctors we have alone. What is a thin and base? Naked. I can not say. Oh, yeah.
Quite
question is whether we want to take the vote and then recognize the two individual senators to speak as long as they wish. Is there an objection to that? If not, as I noted in my opening remarks, the minority is requesting a roll call vote on Mr. Wall's nomination of U.S. Attorney.
Mr. Chairman, I actually would like to speak to the vote. All of what
Of course, the senator has a right. I hope he will recognize that there are colleagues of his who need to go to the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think clarity is a good thing in politics and life. I think transparency is a good thing in politics and life. All of us, when we go back to our states, our constituents are interested in what we support and what we stand for. The question of the police, do we support the police or oppose the police? That has become an important political question back home. The debate over abolishing the police is sadly and astonishingly to me a real debate in today's Democratic Party, because there are multiple elected Democrats who vocally embrace abolishing the police. It's not just at the local level. It's not just the mayor of New York City. It's not just the mayor of Minneapolis. It's not just the mayor of Portland that advocate abolishing the police. Sadly, it is now senior officials of the U.S. Department of Justice, the number 2 official at the Department of Justice, and the head of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. Both are among the leading advocates in the country for abolishing the police. Both, in writing, repeatedly and emphatically advocated for abolishing the police last year. 1 year ago in writing, they advocated abolishing the police. Now, every Democratic member of this committee maintains, oh, no, I don't support abolishing the police. At the same time, every single Democrat in the United States Senate voted to confirm not 1, but 2 senior officials of the U.S. Department of Justice who are among the leading advocates of abolishing the police. And now we get a third time. Well, listen, our votes have consequences. By the way, I voted hell no on those down because I think abolishing the police is insanity, and I'm emphatically against it. That's an easy vote, and I'm very comfortable telling the people of Texas why I think it. Now we have the nomination of Ms. Rollins. I'll confess, a week ago I had no idea who Rachel Rollins was. Never heard of her, never encountered her. Then I looked at her record, and it takes your breath away. We're dealing with an individual nominated to be a U.S. Attorney in Massachusetts who has been vocal and aggressive against prosecuting crime. But part of abolishing police is getting rid of the men and women in police that keep us safe. Another part of abolishing police is telling prosecutors, you no longer prosecute crime. We're not in the crime business anymore. In other words, we, the government, almost always, in fact, I'll take out the almost always Democrats, say, given a choice between a violent criminal and an innocent citizen, we, the Democrats, choose the violent criminal. You may say, surely that is hyperbole. No one would be someone who meets that description to be the U.S. Attorney. But let's look at the record. First of all, Ms. Rollins, in February, she was very candid that she came into the job of DA as a crusader. Here's what she said, quote, if you want to change the criminal legal system, become a prosecutor. Why? She explains why. Because you have, quote, the power to determine charges and what crimes to decline to prosecute. So that's what Ms. Rollins tells you matters about prosecutors. The power to say, I won't prosecute these crimes. Well, surely she exercised it with reason and restraint. That's what our Democratic colleagues on the committee are suggesting. Well, let's look in writing, and I will say this document, it is entitled Appendix C, SCDAO, Declination and Diversion Policy. Boy, what an incredibly boring title. Designed to mask a horrific policy. I would encourage anyone looking to watching this announcement, and let's assume you have political leanings. You're a Republican, you're a Democrat. If you're a Republican, you're inclined to believe the Republicans on this. If you're a Democrat, you're inclined to believe the Democrats on this. Let me suggest something to you. Go read this document. I'll tweet out this document. Just read it. Read it yourself and then ask who's telling the truth. Because for all the Democrats say, no. What do you mean she won't prosecute crime? Let me read from the document she prepared. Charges on the list of 15 should be declined or dismissed pre-arraignment, so even before the proceedings start, without conditions. So we're not going to put any conditions on it. No matter what, just get it, throw it out. We don't want to see these cases. And in fact, the next sentence says the presumption is the charges that fall into this category should always be denied. Always. So no wiggle room, but just in some cases, always is what she wrote. Even when attached to another charge. If you have a multiple criminal, we just throw out these crimes. Basically, this is the prosecutor saying, I'm the legislature. Those pesky elected legislators that actually voted on the criminal code, I don't care what they say. I am erasing these crimes from the criminal code. Okay, let's see. Listen, there's some dumb laws. Maybe what she's erasing, I'll tell you, in Texas, it is still a crime. Senator Corner may be able to confirm it, to carry wire cutters in your pocket through 3 inches or more. Now, that actually goes back to the days of cattle rustling. You get a prosecutor who says, all right, we're not going to have an aggressive wire cutter in the pocket carrying prosecution unit. I'd be good with it. So maybe the categories of crime that she says are no longer crimes in my jurisdiction, maybe they're that kind of stupid things. Well, let's start. What's the first one on the list? Trespass. Okay, I want everyone to think about it. I think what's interesting is this is not in red states. I want the people of Delaware to think about it. People of Connecticut, people of Hawaii, people of California, Georgia. Do you want laws against trespass enforced in your community? Well, according to this individual that the Democrats want to make the top federal prosecutor in the state of Massachusetts, trespass is no longer against the law. Someone comes into your house, onto your property, no biggie, ain't a crime anymore. All right, what else isn't a crime? Shoplifting. All of us have seen the videos, I think exclusively in Democratic cities, of shoplifters brazenly breaking into stores and stealing and running out. And why do they do it? They do it, for example, in San Francisco, because you have a prosecutor there who won't prosecute. So you know what? Hey, I like stores where the price of everything is zero. That'd be a pretty amazing thing. Not very good for the stores, not very good for the community. But this prosecutor says there is no shoplifting. Now, if you want to steal a bunch of stuff, this is your person. If you're actually a small business owner, if you'd like to not have it open season on people breaking into your store and stealing everything in it, that might concern you. What else? Larceny. Larceny is not a crime. Remember that she said these should always be declined to be prosecuted. Larceny is on the list. What else is on the list? Disorderly conduct disturbing the police. So let me ask you, the amazing thing is, even in blue states, in Minnesota, I promise you there are a lot of moms that are not eager to discover that if someone is drunk and screaming and trespassing on their front lawn and urinating and defecating on their front lawn in front of their children and cursing at their kids, that, hey, according to the Democrats, not a crime, won't be prosecuted. And by the way, when that person comes back to your front lawn tomorrow and does it again, it's not a crime tomorrow either. Remember, always decline to prosecute. So disorderly conduct is apparently not a crime. What else? Receiving stolen property. So it's good news. At least she's analytically complete. The shoplifters can steal everything in the store. They can take it to the fence, and the fence can then take everything in the store. If you believe that theft doesn't matter, that's a great idea. If you believe in actually enforcing the law, that's insane. What else is not a crime under the lawless administration of this supposed district attorney? Driving with a suspended license. Listen, that sounds pretty mild. I mean, a suspended license, that's a technical thing, right? What's the most common area typically where people lose their license? Driving drunk. Where do you get your license suspended? When you drive drunk. So if driving with a suspended license is not a crime, then apparently it is open season for people who have had their license suspended because they're repeat drunks because they endanger the safety of innocent people, of children. They get in a car and drive, they get pulled over, you don't have a license, hey, no problem, keep on driving. Let us know when you kill someone when you're drunk. What else is not a crime, according to this rap? B&E, which all of us who watch Law and Order knows that stands for breaking into a vacant property to sleep or escape the cold. Okay, that sounds kind of reasonable. All right, a vacant lot, it's cold, you're going there. All right, that actually on the list, you can understand the reasoning. If it's cold, you're breaking into a vacant lot. I mean, it's vacant, there's not anyone there to be hurt. You can understand that one. And at least she has the good sense to say it's got to be vacant, because that way no innocent people will be hurt, right? What's the next one? B&E into a non-vacant property to sleep or escape the cold. Well, what's a non-vacant property? Like, I don't know, your home? So apparently what she's saying is if it's cold outside, it is no longer a crime for somebody to break into your home, so they can trespass on your property. They can break into your home, they can commit larceny, and apparently sleep in your living room. I want each of you to imagine if there's an element of how would you answer one of your constituents if someone is doing this? And the answer from the prosecutor is we will always dismiss the case. What else won't you prosecute? Wanton or malicious destruction of property. I don't know about you, but wanton and malicious are typically pretty bad. Ain't a crime under her. What else? You could say, well, at least none of these are violent, right? Well, breaking into a non-vacant property, that has the potential for violence. You know what else is not a crime? Threats. You can make a direct threat. You can threaten innocent people. You can threaten children. You can commit threats. Not a crime. What else is not a crime? Minor in possession of alcohol. Kids apparently drink like crazy, guys. Party when you got it. What else is not a crime? It's not just alcohol. Okay, you got kids with beer. All right, that's not the first time that's ever happened. Well, marijuana possession. Possession of marijuana paraphernalia. Okay. You got some recreational pot. There's some jurisdictions that legalize that. Understand that? Well, but it's just the users, right? It's the low level guys. Nope. What's the next one they don't prosecute? Possession with intent to distribute. So if you're a drug dealer, get yourself to Massachusetts. You know, it used to be that you had to pay off a prosecutor and have a corrupt prosecutor on the payroll to get out of jail. Now you've got someone who's just openly saying, drug dealer, come to Massachusetts because we don't prosecute people for possession with intent to distribute. And by the way, you might say, well, it's just marijuana. There are a lot of places that say marijuana is not too bad. Well, what's the next one on the list? Non-marijuana drug possession. So, could be pot, could be, I haven't studied the details of that crime, but I'm assuming non-marijuana drug possession includes heroin, includes crack, includes cocaine, includes fentanyl, PCP, LSD, all of those. Hey, if you got kids, a lot of us on this committee have kids. I don't know, I would be kind of dismayed by a prosecutor who says if there's a drug dealer in my kid's school with a backpack full of fentanyl, selling it to other kids, we're not going to prosecute. But apparently the Democrats on this committee are not dismayed. And by the way, on the question of do you support cops or not, the last one on this list is really incredibly revealing. Resisting arrest. Police officer goes, confronts someone who's violent. They're violent. They engage with them. They resist arrest. What's the prosecutor say? Man, it really sticks to you. I'm sorry you chose to be a cop. But it's open season. Apparently, resisting arrest is now the standard way of interacting with the police in Massachusetts. This is lunacy. And by the way, make clear that her policy is not prosecuting anything that's consistent with her advocacy of abolishing the police. Here's what she said at an earlier public gathering. Rollins also spoke about the much discussed concept of defunding the police. Okay, let's find out. Where is she on defunding the police? She said that defund is not the verb she would use. Okay, that's good. I'm sure every Democratic talking point is going to take that portion of the state. She wouldn't use the verb defund, but rather reimagine. Okay, reimagine, maybe good, maybe bad, hard to tell, or reallocate. Now, anyone who knows anything about defund means take the money out of, get away their funding. Reallocate means take the money away, get away their funding. And she explained, she elaborates on this. I think we're asking the police to do far too much. I think we can reimagine and reallocate some funding, take money away from the cops. Those are her views, and to have a sense of just how extreme this nominee is, I want to point to Art Acevedo. Our reporter knows Art Acevedo. He used to be the chief of police in Austin. He used to be the chief of police in Houston. He's now in Miami. Art is a Democrat. He is a partisan Democrat. Art is an ambitious partisan Democrat. He has his eyes on higher office. No one has ever missed that about Art. Art is now the president of the Major Cities Chiefs Association. I've had a lot of disagreements with Art Acevedo. Here's what liberal Democrat Art Acevedo says about Rachel Rollins. Quote, people like Ms. Rollins are, quote, going so far that we're putting the criminal and their interest in front of the victim's interest. So I started these remarks by saying transparency matters. I assume moments from now we're going to vote and we're going to have a party line vote. And every Democrat is going to go ahead and vote for this candidate. You're not going to listen to anything the Republicans have said. And then you're going to go tell your constituents, what do you mean? I don't support abolishing the police. Well, transparency matters. You now know her record. If you believe that we should actually prosecute crime, if you believe that people shouldn't trespass on your property at home, shouldn't be able to break into your home, shouldn't be able to shoplift, shouldn't be able to resist arrest, shouldn't be able to commit threats, and have someone who is ostensibly the prosecutor immunize them and allow that conduct, then there's only one thing to do, which is vote. And let me say, I find it amusing we're having an argument about whether it's a roll call vote or not. I agree it should be a voice vote, and we should unanimously reject this stuff. That would be, if we were in the land of reason, that's what we would do. But we're instead in partisan polarization, and so every Democrat will happily, like Pravda, vote aye, and then pretend you didn't. But facts are stubborn things, and anyone who reads this document knows exactly what kind of radical this prosecutor is.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. Senator Blumenthal, may we take the roll call vote?
Absolutely.
President, I ask consent to be able to use a prop on the Senate floor. Tree spike. Without objection. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you see some of my colleagues are down here. We're a little bit fired up, right? And this is not some kind of partisan game. We are fired up for a reason that the U.S. Senate is getting ready to confirm a nominee who has no business being even considered on the Senate floor. No business being considered on the Senate floor. And with all due respect, my colleague from Montana, this isn't, what did he say? Attacks against somebody. These are facts that we're going to talk about. These are facts. Someone who is still continuing to not even tell the truth about her past as a violent eco-terrorist. Now, look, we know this administration put forward far-left individuals. I'm going to talk about a few. But to put forward a far-left violent nominee, I think we all should recognize it's kind of a bridge too far from the United States Senate. But that's happening right now. And I'm really hopeful that at least some of my Democratic colleagues at the last minute will vote, maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe we shouldn't set this standard. So I've been on the floor a number of times talking about Tracy Stone Manning's nomination. It's actually the first time in my Senate career that I asked the president to withdraw a nominee, and for good reasons. Because of all the things you've heard from my colleagues from Wyoming, Idaho, colleagues from mostly Western states. And I am going to ask my Democratic colleagues from Western states, do you really want to set this precedent? How are you going to go home and tell people who harvest timber legally for a living that you were good to go with this? Good to go with someone who put hundreds of these kind of tree spikes in trees for people, our fellow Americans, to get hurt. But that's what we're seeing right here. You know, I think that maybe the Biden administration, after I and many others requested that they withdraw this nominee, that maybe they thought, well, look, all the noise going on around here, a reckless $3.5 trillion tax and spend extravaganza, the botched Afghanistan withdrawal, a crisis on the southern border, inflation going through the roof, the price at the pump, hurting working families in my state and those across America, the shutdown of the energy sector unilaterally, and then going begging Russia and Iran for more oil that they can import to the United States. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. But I think the Biden administration thought, with all this chaos that they're creating, maybe nobody will notice Tracy Stone Manning's confirmation process and vote. Well, they're wrong. As you see here, there's some really strong feelings about this nominee. A past eco-terrorist, a member of Earth First, an extreme group that performed violent acts as part of their platform for getting attention in America. In fact, she's so extreme that the director of BLM from the Obama-Biden administration, Bob Abbey, made a statement saying that if her violent eco-terrorist past activities were true, and they were, I'm going to talk about them. Senator Risch has already talked about them. Senator Barrasso has. Senator Lummis has. If these were true, then President Obama's BLM director said she does not deserve the job. So this isn't just Republicans. This is the former Democrat director of the agency that we're going to vote on. She wants to leave. So before I talk a little bit more about her, and I know we've had a number of senators do it, I want to make another point. The reason I've been down here so much focused on this nominee is that BLM, to some states, heck, if you live in Connecticut, probably nobody knows what that is. But the Bureau of Land Management in my state is one of the most powerful federal agencies there is in the great state of Alaska. Mr. President, the Alaska BLM manages more surface and subsurface acres in my state than in any other state in the country by far. BLM director in Alaska is our landlord, and I don't want an eco-terrorist as my state's landlord. Neither do my constituents. Let me give you some numbers. BLM manager in Alaska manages over 70 million surface acres of land and 220 million subsurface acres of land in Alaska. Little context, that is the equivalent land of about 1/5 of the entire lower 48. You see why this is really important to me and my constituents. Most states can't even comprehend land that size. 1/5 of the lower 48 in the United States of America is about the amount of land BLM manages just in my state. This is a huge amount of land, and of course, by definition, a huge amount of power that this federal agency has over the people I am privileged to represent. Their work, their jobs, their hunting activities, their subsistence activities. And that's why I've been down here talking about this nominee. I know to some East Coast states, forget it, we don't know who she is. No power. She doesn't have any power over New Jersey. Some of these other small states on the East Coast, but in my state, massive power. And it is imperative that the director of this agency, the Bureau of Land Management, with so much power and so much control over the future of Alaska and its economic opportunity for working families, that the manager of BLM be trustworthy, be honest, be fair-minded, beyond reproach, and certainly not someone who was involved in eco-terrorism earlier in their career. Is that too much to ask? My colleagues in the Senate? What we know about Tracy Stone Manning is she is none of these things. She hasn't been trustworthy with the Senate, fair-minded. Well, let's go back to a little bit of her background. People need to know this. People need to know this. My colleagues have already done a good job, but I hope the American people are watching this. She was not only a member of Earth First, a radical far-left group that has engaged repeatedly in what's defined as eco-terrorism. She herself was complicit in putting metal spikes, big, thick metal spikes by the hundreds in trees that were meant either to hurt or gravely injure American citizens who were legally harvesting trees. We're okay with that? Senate Democrats? We're okay with that? Americans who were cutting down trees legally, part of their job.
Must be kidding.
To help their economy, help their family. Who were putting trees in sawmills legally. All the while, we and our buddies, comrades, I call them, were acting illegally, putting these spikes by the hundreds in trees. This was a common technique, tree spiking, as it was called, developed by eco-terrorists in the late 1980s and early 90s. Now, this Manning's group, Earth First, began in the 1980s by disaffected environmentalists who thought their movement wasn't radical enough. So how can we get more attention? Let's perpetrate violence against our fellow Americans. That's how they thought they could get more attention. Their slogan was "No compromise in defense of Mother Earth." In their view, no compromise meant destroying property, putting steel spikes in trees that could kill someone who harvested a tree, and they celebrated and even encouraged such actions. The group even put out a manual detailing tree spiking and instructions on how to do other sabotage activities, cutting down power lines, flattening tires, burning machinery, all directed at those who are trying to legally harvest trees. David Foreman, the founder of Earth First, described all these activities as fun. This is where you can have fun. Let me talk a little bit about fun.
Hello, Mr. President.
Elvis starts the meeting by sharing his family.
I have an article,
Office of Police badges he's collected.
Mr. President, from the Washington Post during that time. They were talking about a spiking incident. I'm going to quote from it. George Alexander, third-generation mill worker, was just starting his shift at the Louisiana Pacific Lumber Mill in Cloverdale, California, when the log that would alter his life rolled down his conveyor belt toward a high-speed saw. Now, we have some of these saws in these mills in Alaska, not nearly as many as we used to have, They are huge. They're giant. They're size of people. They spin at incredibly fast speeds, huge teeth. They are dangerous to work normally. But when you put a steel spike in a tree that's going through a fastly spinning saw, you can imagine the explosion in the vine. I'll continue the article. It was May 1987. And Alexander was 23 years old. His job was to split logs. He was nearly 3 feet away when the log he was working on hit his saw, and the giant saw exploded. One half of the blade struck the log, exploded when it hit one of these. The other half hit Alexander in the forehead, with the giant saw tearing through his safety helmet, tearing through his face shield. His face was slashed from eye to chin, his teeth were smashed, and his jaw was cut in half. Good job, Earth First. Fellow American trying to kill a fellow American. These were the kind of activities that Tracy Stone Manning once conspired. I wonder if that disturbs anybody. I was up at our fish camp on the Yukon River this summer over the 4th of July, clearing some brush, trees, working a chainsaw, a smaller chainsaw. And I literally was thinking, boy, I wonder what would happen if my chainsaw hit one of these. Wouldn't have been good. So I think if you're not disturbed by this, you really should be. So I know that some of my colleagues have already read the letter on the floor that she wrote, profane anonymous letter from this member of Earth First about the 500 pounds of tree spikes, 500 pounds, hammered into trees in Idaho. She rewrote the letter on a rented typewriter because she later told a reporter her fingerprints were all over it, so she didn't want to be caught. So obviously she was engaging in criminal activity. She didn't just handwrite it, she typed it and then sent it to the FBI. Now I know some of my colleagues have already read it. I'm just going to notice a couple highlights. This letter is being sent to notify you that the post office sale in the great state of Idaho has been spiked heavily.
Now I get the Snuggie joke, right?
The project required that 11 of us spend 9 days in god-awful weather conditions spiking trees. We unloaded a total of 500 pounds of spikes, measuring 8 to 10 inches in length. 500 pounds of them. That's a lot of spikes. The majority of the trees were spiked within the first 10 feet, but many, many others were spiked as high as 150 feet. Again, why would they go that high? That's not where you're going to cut it down. So when it goes to a mill, you injure and kill the mill worker. She goes on further. P.S. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I'm allowed to swear, but you can call me out if I'm not supposed to. P.S. You bastards go in there anyway, and a lot of people could get hurt. That's real nice. Now, she kept quiet for many years on what she did. She later received immunity for her part in this tree spiking when prosecutors went after other members of Earth First, and she testified about it. But in her narrative, she's always tried to portray herself as a victim. She wasn't a victim. The investigator of this disputes that characterization dramatically. The U.S. Forest Service Special Agent Michael Merkley describes her as vulgar, antagonistic, extremely anti-government. She was uncooperative. It was also clear that only after she knew she was going to get in trouble that she began to cooperate. Let me be clear, Special Agent Merkley said. Recently, Ms. Stone Manning only came forward after her attorney struck the immunity deal and not before she was caught. In testimony to the Senate, she claimed this tree spiking was alleged. It wasn't alleged. It was never investigated. That's not true. We know that's not true. So that was recent. So it's not just the tree spiking. She hasn't been honest, but she's still clearly a radical. Let me give you another example. Her husband wrote an article from Harper's Magazine. Senator Risch already talked about this in 2018, claiming wildfires were a political issue, that such an issue should be solved by letting houses and forests burn. Think about that. Perhaps the solution to houses and the interface is to let them burn. Those are his exact words. Now, look, that's her husband. Can't blame her for her husband's radical views. But here's what she did. She weighed in herself in 2020, last year, retweeting the article and basically endorsing these views. Here's what she said. Not a bad time to revisit this piece from my husband, Richard Manning, from 2 years ago. Clarion call on climate action. So think about that, Mr. President. So I was in charge of our lands in Alaska. We worked, including fighting wildfires. We worked really closely with the federal government, state of Alaska, federal officials on fighting our wildfires. We have big wildfires in Alaska. Always have had them, always will have them. Never, ever, ever, anytime I was involved, issues related to fighting wildfires, if I heard a state official or federal official say, hey, if there's a fire near a bunch of homes, let them burn. But do you see the problem? She's going to be in charge of that in Alaska. Let them burn. You know what our federal firefighters do? They save structures. They save houses. They're very heroic. Let them burn, she said last year. In a nutshell, Mr. President, this is potentially, if we don't stop this vote tonight, the new head of the BLM. She was a member of an eco-terrorist group who had a goal to actually threaten to hurt or actually hurt American citizens, hardworking Americans doing something legal. She's clearly been dishonest recently. With all due respect to my colleagues in Montana, these aren't some kind of ad hominem attacks. These are facts. Last year, she said, hey, I agree with my husband's article. Let it burn. Let the homes burn in these wildfires. That's not going to work in my state. She's going to head up an agency with enormous power over my state and its future. So look, we have differences on issues of resource development, energy for America, certainly on issues of jobs. In my state, unfortunately, the Biden administration seems to weakly want to shut down resource development just in Alaska. I think we're up to almost 20 executive orders or related actions from this administration focused just on my state. To shut down jobs. I gave a speech here a while ago asking not the President of the Senate, the President of the United States, could you imagine if a Republican administration came in and issued almost, who knows, 10, 15, it's hard to count, executive orders shutting down Delaware's economy? What would you do, Mr. President? If you were a senator, you'd be furious. Well, I'm furious. And I'm furious because we got another radical who's going to be in charge of my state's future. Let it burn. Tree spikes. But here we are, unfortunately, about to confirm this individual as the director of BLM. Here's the thing I want to know, Mr. President. If you're a Western senator, say Arizona, Nevada, California, good luck going home and explaining this to your constituents. Good luck with that. Mr. President, I'm going to just mention another nominee. Briefly. Tracy Stone Manning weren't radical enough. I'd like to mention another biased nominee from the far left socialist friend. This is Selah Amorova. was nominated by the president to be a comptroller of the currency. So what does the comptroller of the currency do? It charters and regulates and supervises all national banks. Another very serious position. Not a lot of Americans, highlight this or they think about it a lot. It's like BLM, but it's important, powerful. You'd think you'd have somebody in that position who'd understand or value and respect free markets in our financial system, particularly our banks. Ms. Amorova doesn't value our system, doesn't seem to mind much like banks. He has other ideas. For the Wall Street Journal today, that they said, quote, might even make our colleague Senator Sanders blush. So who is Miss Amorova? First, she was a 1989 graduate from Moscow State University, where she received the Lenin Personal Academic Scholarship. Yeah, you heard me right. I'm not talking Moscow, Idaho. I'm talking the real Moscow in the Soviet Union. Let me say that again. A graduate, Moscow State University, where she received the Lenin Personal Academic Scholarship. You can't make this stuff up. In her writings, it appears that she still significantly believes in what she learned at old Moscow U, particularly about our free market system and communism and socialism. Here's what she tweeted in 2019. 2019, 3 years ago, 2 years ago. Until I came to the U.S., I couldn't imagine things like gender pay gap still existed in today's world. Say what you want about the old USSR, there was no gender pay gap there. Markets don't always know best. That was a tweet 2 years ago. Say what you want about the old USSR, about Stalin and Lenin, and the roughly 100 million people killed during their reigns. Say what you want about the old USSR, the famine, human degradation, about the ill-fated, violent attempts to snuff out the flame of freedom and liberty all across the world. Say what you want about the old USSR, the gulags, the pogroms. At least there's no gender gap. There's no food either, by the way. And there was no freedom. So she's like, maybe I should clarify this. So here's her clarification. I never claimed women and men were treated absolutely equal in every facet of the old Soviet Union, but people's salaries were set by the state in a gender-blind manner. And all women got very generous benefits. But those things are still a pipe dream in our American society. Wow, that was her clarification. Oh, the golden days of the old USSR. A mere pipe dream now. Her nostalgia for socialist, communist regimes and policies doesn't end with pay disparities. She has advocated for expanding the Federal Reserve's mandate to include draconian controls over financial institutions, wages, consumer bank deposits. How would she do this? Through, quote, a people's ledger, a national investment authority, a public interest council. Sounds like a modern day version of the system set up by the Bolsheviks that I'm sure she learned about at Moscow U. Plainly put, she's another radical who has sweeping powers over the institutions of our United States government. Mr. President, I'm going to conclude with this. If you're watching America, I hope you're seeing a theme here. The Biden administration, unfortunately with the help of some of my Senate Democratic colleagues, is trying to make us comfortable with far left fringe radical appointments and take over very significant posts in our government and will push us towards a path of socialism. They're pushing a radical left lurch for our country that the vast majority of Americans don't want. Just look at what my colleagues are coming up with their $3.5 trillion tax and spend bill, written by the chairman of the budget committee and about socialists. It's not an insult, that's a fact. All this is being done with no hearings, no markups, the biggest social spending bill in decades with zero transparency. Even the House had a markup, but the Senate, once known as the most deliberative body in the world, is not having one hearing, one markup on a $3.5 trillion regular tax and spending. Mainstream middle class America does not want socialism, and they don't want far left radicals to run our federal government. My Democratic colleagues keep thinking they can ram through this far left agenda without anyone noticing, but the American people are noticing. The American people are wise, and they're already starting to feel the pain of the Biden's administration's far left, anti-energy, anti-capitalism, especially at the top. They'll remember which senators are enabling this, and they'll remember the senators who have no problem voting for nominees who have a record of being part of organizations that sought to perpetrate violence against their fellow Americans. I hope my Democratic colleagues have a change of heart and vote against Tracy Stone, Spike Manning. Because our country and my state really don't need her in charge. I yield the floor.
Telling prosecutors, you no longer prosecute crimes. We're not in the crime business anymore. In other words, we, the government, almost always, and in fact, I'll take out the almost always Democrats, say, given a choice between a violent criminal and an innocent citizen, we, the Democrats, choose the violent criminal. You may say, surely that is hyperbole. No one would be critical someone who meets that description to be the U.S. attorney. Well, let's look at the record. First of all, Ms. Rollins, in February, she was very candid that she came into the job of DA as a crusader. Here's what she said, quote, if you want to change the criminal legal system, become a prosecutor. Why? Why? Because you have, quote, the power to determine charges and what crimes to decline to prosecute. So that's what Ms. Rollins tells you matters about a prosecutor. The power to say, I won't prosecute these crimes. Well,
this is bad. See, I just got the online like right now. Yeah, that's cool. You know that people are soliciting me. Which ones? And I just did 2:30 in the morning. It's walk. Anyway. We're at the end. Speak is like you described that it's gonna be like a west
Live, all right. All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Strange bedfellows. How'd you get here? Whoa! What is that? CW Chanta. Yo, power moves. It's crazy. Crossing the street.
Oh, that is street crossing.
You know what, Randy? You and I have
first of all, this is like, it's surprising to everybody, but what you should know is this. Real life people make real life networks. And folks, the great thing about this thing is you can feel free to jump from the comment section to the YouTube content creator section to the internet radio Spreaker host section to the Facebook page hosting section anytime you want to. And shortly thereafter, you will meet everybody. We are a family. We are the weird, wonderful weirdos who ask questions about, what we were taught in school and, didn't play by the rules and know that there's something messed up, and we look around and we ask questions and we make friends and we make enemies and we call human beings. You may have run into us every once in a while. So look, Randy, we have like many points of connection.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Many points of connection. Shout out to Jerry Cthulhu, crossing the stream.
Jerry.
Absolutely. Jerry, what's up?
Major cross-pollinator, dude.
Right, who's like, is he a UFO contactee? No, he's just absolutely out here, interfacing, making connections, asking questions. We've got wonderful, beautiful people hanging out in the chat. It's wonderful people. We know Shane in common, my boy Shane.
Yeah.
Shout out to Shane, the Ruiner. Oh, hi, I'm the Ruiner. I'm like, the Ruiner? Like, it's such an imposing title.
Shane, the fucking ruiner.
Fucking ruiner. Don't open the book unless you.
I was actually terrified by it. Man, the first time I was like, I was gonna talk to him. I'm like, I'm a little afraid here because he's like the ruiner. Is he not gonna come to my house and wreck it, or is he turn into the Hulk, or what happens? How do I work this?
That's what she thought.
He's on the phone and he's like this really nice guy. And we're going, you just spent my entire. This is like David Banner.
No, absolutely. It's like, that's mine.
We're blowing the mystique on the whole thing.
No, absolutely. When you finally meet Shane, it's like, hi, I'm Shane.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, some people are going to believe my story, some people aren't, but, I'm Shane. If you want to believe me, that's cool. If you don't, like, I hope you take whatever you want from my story and, like, move on with your life journey. Shane, the Ruiner. The Ruiner. Well, you hang out with Sephagans. Boaz. That guy's like all sorts of.
Sephagans.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's some dark shit going on there.
Absolutely.
About it. This guy, it's like, I met Sephagans down in Philadelphia. And he walks up to him, he's got his hood up, and he's got his beard pointed, and he's got the tats, and I'm going, this guy's a thrasher. And he's like, oh man, I just love you, and he puts his arms around me and we embrace, and it's like,
don't ruin the mystique, man. Don't ruin the mystique, man.
Mystique.
I'm like, then I saw that, I was like, damn, I should shoot yourself in black and white, be like, oh, like, Elvira about shit, be like, oh,
it is kind of awesome, isn't it? It's like
I kid because I love, I kid because I love.
We should go back to black and white.
Why not? The funny thing about black and white is I talk to my dad about this all the time, and he tells me, he goes, it's tripped out, but everybody who remembers those shows, it was in black and white, but they all saw color. They all saw color. They all knew that Lucille Ball was a redhead, you know what I mean?
See, you grew up in that era, like, we didn't have color TVs until I was 10 or 11 years old. I mean, I saw, there was a color. And when I finally saw that there was a part in color, I felt kind of screwed because I didn't know that before. It was interesting. So there's like this whole, you saw color because you filled it all in.
We fill in the blanks, And like, Lord knows only where that's going to lead us to, how all this stuff is working. But, I don't know. It's weird because everybody does remember those things in color. And I to circle back, like I kid around and I joke, and people talk, people might have like impressions about me and they might think that it's strange that you're appearing on my channel. But like we were opening up talking about Shane, or even talking about Seth, who I've never met, but I subscribe to his channel and whatever. You know what I mean? I kid because I love. There's no hatred. I'm not anti anybody. You know what I mean? There's no enemies as far as I'm concerned. Everybody should just talk and communicate with each other. And and we can kid, and we can also have, maybe every once in a while have criticisms. There's things that we have, in common, and there's things that we don't have in common. You're never really friends until you fight. You're never really in a human relationship with people until there's not only, oh yeah, I agree with you on this, and I agree with you on this, and those guys are jerks, and those guys are jerks. There's got to be inner conflict where you work individual stuff out, and you really come together. I only say that because if you and I are talking and all this stuff and the brouhaha and our individual in little tide pool that we live in with all these other wonderful strangers that we were talking about before. There's been a lot of talk about conflict and fighting and disagreement and agendas. And remember growing up, your family, people fight, right?
Yeah.
Don't they mean? There's no such thing as just like everybody in coexistence and peace, like 24 hours a day. Maybe on like the 99th or 11th dimension, but like here on planet Earth, you struggle and you fight with your brothers and sisters sometimes. Brutal. It's brutal. Absolutely. It's especially the realer it gets.
I remember, and I've told this story. It was like people would say, "So what was like Christmas Eve like at your house?" And like, we went to my Uncle Mike's and we drank red Paisano wine and beer and shots, and my uncles went out in the front yard and beat the shit out of each other. That was Christmas Eve. Because they were Irish, they were crazy. They were, you throw in a couple of Polacks and you get the guys from the steel yard and the railroad coming in, and things get crazy. Democrats and Republicans that took that shit seriously. And somebody was going to get punched out because they'd say something. Somebody get called a honky, somebody get called a, whatever. And that was Christmas Eve. There you go. Peace in Jesus' name, baby.
That's it. Hey, but this is and that's that's a slice of reality pie. Believe you me, it's only you look at the movie screen, we look at the TV picture of the perfect image of what it should be like. But the reality is the reality. But the reality is so good because that scenario that you just painted was the scenario that existed for many people, for a lot of people, for human beings on planet Earth, stretching on until when we arrived from wherever we arrived at. You know what I mean? I mean, that's life.
It's not Norman Rockwell's American, man. I mean,
no. Norman
I don't know
Rockwell.
what you remember. Norman Rockwell's America, Life magazine. And, they'd be sitting there with a nice plump golden turkey and the cranberry sauce. And Grandma was this jolly woman with rosy cheeks smiling. It wasn't really like that. That was all advertising. That's Madison Avenue.
Sure. And
everybody was white too, by the way. Let's not forget that.
What was that?
We got a little bit of latency on that.
Yes, really good. Unfortunately, when I set this up, I should have reminded myself that I've been having some trouble with my internet in my basement. But hopefully we hang out and we're doing okay. A little bit latency. I don't know how, am I chopping up terribly for you? We're doing okay.
No, you're totally, there you go. You froze up for a minute. It's okay.
That happens.
I'll just slow down.
And you know what? Well, then, this is a great opportunity to have a potlatch with our fellow conspiratard weirdos by saying, if we're having latency, I guess we're scaring some people. The NSA, CIA, want us talking, right? But that's okay because we have positive energy. We're just gonna white light the shit out of this thing, and you can try and hit us with your broadcast feeds and your scalar technology internet interface.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the helicopter to come over. That normally happens.
Can I tell you something? Half the time that I participate in this thing, I'm hoping I'm hoping that please, somebody kidnap me. Just to let me know that, that there's something out there. You know what I mean? The grays, the aliens, and was like, yeah, and I totally don't believe in gray aliens. They don't exist. I hang out with people who hang out with gray aliens. Like,
That's one of those moments when you go, now would be the perfect time for an abduction. They walk in, they duct tape you, they put you in their little beds.
Right. I'm like the guy to kidnap, right?
Well, they're going to do the full body thing that they do.
More pathetic.
Wow. Well,
wow.
In the meantime,
How
I mean, so here's, I guess, to paraphrase or to recap events, much of which I did not say. I left to go tuck my wife into bed.
Yeah.
Leaving Randy to talk to you guys.
That isn't what
Chat
happened.
that he could not see, but I was confident because we live and we die, more or less. If we
you were never alive.
Words and messages out there. Oh, she's muted. You're muted.
I don't know how I got muted. I don't know how I wound up going off camera.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I'm glad you're back, bro. Woo!
How long was I going? Is this still the 21st century?
Hold on, what's up?
Who's president now?
Oh, that's the question we had. Now, here's what, so then I click on my thing. Like,
isn't that the question that they always ask you in the hospital? It's like,
who's president now?
It was Jimmy Carter, I think. It's 1978, right?
No, but now here's the thing. Now I got to figure out. I've highlighted myself, but I don't want to be highlighted. I'm highlighting. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Okay. Tosh, pop up the screen.
Why am I not getting a camera?
There you go. Perfect.
So LZ,
what?
retards.
No, Sam, shut up.
I did something.
October 30th, 2021.
It's bad Jewish.
I'm alive.
So what happened? But why do I still avatar? Why do I have an avatar?
Because you were the one that tried to sacrifice me. Your inclusion with Channer in the cult. It's funny.
I don't know.
Got a good time. Listen,
they got you on a special fluid.
Well, listen, hey, technical difficulties happen. We went to the storm.
That's right.
And so much stress. And we can all say this. There we go. And if you want to play the Cabal. I was the Cabal. They were authors from the Jump Street. Read the test. Hit them with the step denial. No.
There you go. Yeah, DDR.
Where did you go? Laura?
Oh, no. Laura. It's not Laura's Laura.
You made it through the rain. There you go. Back to Trevor. I don't know what the hell we were talking about. We'll figure it out along the way. That's the point, right?
So this is Google Hangouts.
We're figuring it out along the way. What I love is this, that why are the people that don't tell me things like, oh, I can't use Gmail because Gmail is totally hackable. You gotta use this thing called Hushman. Or you gotta use this thing called Protomol Torbit 7.573 rerouter, and then they can't get you. And I'm like, it's all ones and zeros, and you're interacting with people online, and they're all naked and exposed. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, what are you talking about? Everyone thinks they're being told to practice because you're safe online, or your secrets are safe with us, or this is the best way to do it, or this is totally not a scam. Everything's a scam. Bitcoin, Ethereum.
It's 128-bit RSA encrypted. But guess who did RSA encryption? It was the Navy. And guess who has all the keys to the back door on 128-bit encryption? The NSA.
How about this? Bitcoin. Don't worry about the
Yeah,
fact
Bitcoin.
that
Can we talk
the inventor
about?
is anonymous. Don't worry about the fact that we don't know who knows who the fucking inventor of this shit was. Don't
You
worry
brought this
about
up.
it. These
So
ones
I-
zeros are worth $3,000. These ones are worth
Cryptocurrency.
$4,000. Randy, these ones and zeros are worth $5,000. You gotta buy my ones and zeros.
Cryptocurrency.
Cryptocurrency. Meanwhile, the world's
So
tomorrow.
let me get this straight now. These are coins that were minted based on the concept of running clock cycles on a computer over a blockchain network, which costs money to run electricity through computers, through the special computer that you need to mine for Bitcoin. And so you've expended energy to create something intangible called a Bitcoin that's now what's worth what? $1,300 or something? Really? Based on what value is a Bitcoin? Please, somebody help me here. I'm struggling.
We hate fiat currency. Fiat currency. Currency that's got this imaginary value attached to it by a governmental organization. You know what I mean? Whereas these ones and zeros, right? Like they've got an intrinsic value because according to the program, there can only be 20 million of them. And it's like, meanwhile, in the world of tomorrow, when like the shit really hits the fan, you know, first of all, number one, like I don't care, you know, what you say, like money is like as good as the government behind it. Honestly, like if you come up to some stranger in the street, be like, I'll give you this Bitcoin for like water. And they'll be like, well, what am I gonna do with Bitcoin? There's no more electricity. There's some, the shit has hit the fan.
Yeah.
Even physical gold. People are like, ha ha ha, you idiots. I told you the doomsday was coming, and now that it's here, I'm here with my potable water and my physical gold. You fools! I'm the richest man in the world. Here come these raiders. Ha ha ha. Wait till I hit them with the exchange rate for my gold. It's like, oh my, they're killing me. Oh,
I'm the new central banker.
No,
there goes my gold. Yeah.
You're ahead of the
No, I know because somebody did. Some people popped their head out. You know, so we hit a nerve here.
Oh, absolutely.
And I understand this. You know, I mean, even Cliff High. Cliff High is like, I listen to Cliff High's explanation.
Billy's got you.
And I'm like, so basically, this is just the newest casino. Because if we look at what the dollar is,
What you guys did to
and we
me?
look at the stock market and all the speculation and Goldman Sachs and how the dollar is now worth 2 cents compared to what it was worth back in 1914. And you're kind of going, this is a big casino, isn't it? Really? And we don't really issue the checks here. This is just like we sit at the table, we use money hand over fist, and we pay you for the privilege, right? So now you're going to introduce digital currency, which I feel better about that because my computer's never been hacked. I mean, do you feel better about that? Do I feel better about the fact that this is a concept I can't even wrap my head? I mean, gold and silver, you can melt it down, you can make shit with it. What are you going to do with a friggin' Bitcoin?
But even the gold and silver, like, you know what I mean? Like, the part of it, I think people like the value of it, like, this, like going back into human history. You know, there's a time of things that, like, even as entertainment as, like, you know, rock, paper, scissors, or live drums came to be that people were probably like looking at gold and like that was like the shiniest thing on the block. Like I guess that's why I got value. You can do things like build electronics, I guess, today. But for the most part, when people talk about currency, gold, what are you gonna do with gold? You know what I mean? You can build a hammer out of gold, build like a plowshare out of gold. What's the value of gold?
What were they doing? What were they doing out in the desert? I mean, they made a golden calf, didn't they? They took all this gold out of Egypt, hauled it out into the desert, and he's up on the mountain getting the goddamn commandments. What are we going to do? Let's make a bowl.
Why not? This got to do something. You know what I mean?
Make it out of gold.
Hey, well, listen, the shiniest thing we got. You know what I mean?
Kind of begs the question, where the hell are they going to...
That's going to make it out of gold. Right?
You might as well. But where do you get a foundry in the middle of the desert? And for that matter, what are you going to do? And this is true. I mean, gold and silver have a certain value in terms of commercial aspect, being able to use it for something. But with Bitcoin, I mean, I've watched Bitcoin and I've gone, I just don't get it. Nobody can explain this to me. I'm going to put this machine on my computer and it's going to sit here and it's spinning clock cycles and it's spinning them out into a blockchain. And at some mystical point in the near future, we're going to hit the magic number and there will be no more Bitcoins ever again sealed. It will become infinitely valuable. But what they're really going to do is they're going to micro-denominate the shit out of this so that you could have 1/1000 billionth of a Bitcoin to go out and buy groceries with. Because it's also infinitely expandable. It's also infinitely contractible. Somebody's going to make a shitload of money on this, and it's not going to be you.
Right. It's like, what is money? Is this like, aren't we all just like this like a like you talk about the Babylonian banking system, and then you have that Bitcoin. I'm like, it's just a different, like, you just fractalize the Babylonian banking system. You haven't solved the problem of, freezing real world interactions or playing this game with these imaginary denominations of value. These 3 coins are worth 5 hours of your time. Minimum wages, you were getting screwed when they were giving you 5 imaginary pieces of paper for your work hour. Now they're giving you 15. Now you're being treated fairly. You have 15 pieces of paper that you go out and then they exchange for something else. And Bitcoin's just the same old game. And I don't see 200 years in the future people being like, it's a Bitcoin. And it's now worth $5 billion. Because someone wrote a program that would end up with exactly 20 million results. And this is one of those 20 million results of that one program that one guy wrote back in 2000 whatever. And
but it's always been a program.
Yeah. And now in 555,000, 5 billion, 3, we know that this one is one of the original ones. And it's got so much value. No, it's ones and zeros. It's got no fucking value whatsoever. It's imaginary fucking money. We can store it on this electronic wallet. That's because it's not the fucking real deal.
These are the same people that worried about.
It's insane. It's insane.
These are the same people that are worried about the Russian EMP that's going to take out the entire northeastern corridor or the entire United States. That's a separate conversation. But what are you going to do with your crypto wallet on the day when the cell towers get out? You're kind of screwed, aren't you?
Ones and zeros. It's not real. You can't exchange it for jack shit, nothing.
And by the way, you Christians out there should be really paranoid because this looks awfully close to the mark of the beast to me. I mean, none shall buy and sell except they have the name and the number of the beast. Really?
Alex Jones said it was legit, so I guess we're cool.
Oh, that's fine then. I'm good.
But isn't that we were talking before about the games that people play with their faith and their rules and their religion? You know what I mean? Like that. You know what I mean? I'm a Christian. And I'm voting for Donald Trump. I think as a Christian, the most responsible, ethical vote for me is to vote for the wealthy, pampered son of a multi-billionaire who thinks it's acceptable as a married man to grab women by the pussy because they will let him. That washes him clean. That's completely cool. And so I'm here on Newsmax, whatever, all these Christian
blood on the land, baby.
But it's cool, and we have a total good authority to be saved by the Lamb. So he mentioned the Bible once in his speech, so we're all copacetically cool with this, and we're gonna vote for Trump because fuck that bitch. She's got Alzheimer's. I heard she made babies and is a lesbian with Roseanne Barr's girlfriend, Kathy O'Brien. Not trying to get anybody in trouble. You know, I'm not.
No. This is all just.
is what it
It's still
is.
for entertainment purposes, actually.
Absolutely,
All
absolutely.
comments made on the show tonight are strictly for entertainment purposes only.
On the arrows, it's this, that, anything that's copacetic and cool, as long as it's sarcastic. So we're being totally sarcastic here, folks. There you go. There you go. Yeah, so the rules, the games, the tricks, the things that people play, and at the end of the day, people do what they want to do no matter what it says on the name tag, right? Yeah. There's all sorts of ways to wash it out to make it work.
No, so I'm watching the chat here, and I'm not arguing that Bitcoin's accepted. I'm not arguing that there isn't some value that people have agreed on. What I'm saying is there's nothing behind it. It is only worth today, whatever that market out there, however that's aggregated, says it's worth. And it's done nothing but skyrocket. It's not even ebb and flow, which is what you would normally expect in market dynamics. What concerns me is there's a skyrocket right now, which means when that thing comes down, it's going to leave a lot of people hurting.
Right. So it's like, so it's like if you talk about the value of gold and silver, even if you talk about any fungible product like a pork belly, or corn, or concentrated orange juice, they're all real world products and real world drives and design.
Yeah.
And everyone, very, very, very many, very, very smart people who Bitcoin. I know a lot of people who are very, very smart people who are libertarian anarchists, people who are smart, who explore different things and go in different areas. And some of those areas are, risky. And some of those areas, prove successful. Some people lose their shit. When it comes to Bitcoin, for me, is that I always try to explain to people, talk about the definition of fiat currency. These are ones and zeros. The limited supply is based on this one instance, this one paradigm called Bitcoin. And we already see things like Ethereum and different cryptocurrencies. The currency market is going to go absolutely fractal. You know what I mean? It's because this is the same thing that happens with things like, like Napster, or peer-to-peer sites, or things like this. Once if there's anything virtual, the virtual markets and the virtual products are the easiest to replicate and to try and do things with. And then the people say, "Oh, this country's adopted Bitcoin, and this country's adopted a Bitcoin," and then you look into it, and sometimes things don't pass out. But I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, I can't believe that in 30 years in the future that people are going to be talking about one particular set of ones and zeros. And I know that there's people out here that love Bitcoin. God bless you. And if you're right, I'm all I'm an expert in is this: reality versus imaginary digital ones and zeros. That's the distinction, all right? If paper and say this is worthless because there's no gold behind it, then what the fuck is behind a 1 and a 0 other than this sort of artificial scarcity? You can write a new series of 20 million units of whatever, irreducible, I don't know what the fuck to tell these people.
In all seriousness, listening to the conversations that go on about these cryptocurrencies, my concern is that what we now have is a technocracy that's poised to begin running our financial system that's going to be more monstrous than what we've had running the Babylonian money system. Remember, these are people that know how to write code. And I know a little bit about code writers and a little bit about technologists and how this works. Code writers are not people that you would exactly say are transparent, and they're very abstract, and they're very secretive about what they do. And nothing against code writers, they're great people. But when you have a technocracy that takes over your economic system, your money system, and only they understand the algorithms behind it, because most people don't understand algorithms and code and what happens inside of a system that's streaming zeros and ones. They don't care, and they shouldn't. But it's a lot more abstract, and it's a lot more, let's just say you can really screw with this stuff on an intellectual level.
Right. And the thing about this is that, you know, the arguments that I'm making, because I'm keeping an eye on the chat too here. So I think what's happening is that people are losing what happens is that people, well, number one, there are a lot of people in this current world that are emotionally attached to Bitcoin, right? Because, and I'm going to be completely honest here, I'm not speaking for everyone, I'm not making an allegation about everyone in the Bitcoin community. I'm making an allegation I'm talking about something that I think may be possible with some of the Bitcoin community, right? And that is there might be a portion of the Bitcoin community who are very emotionally invested in a new paradigm or system that's going to take them from an economic scenario to an economic situation scenario that they feel they'd be more happy in. And that's very, very common, and we see that a lot in this community. There's things like, you know, the white dragon in society, cheering princes. People want to believe that there are systems and new things, paradigm shifting things that are going to happen that are going to be able to, and investment opportunities occur. But, you know, I always say it's like anything. It's like, you know, there are some people who are engaged in that's the thing that also happens to people on the internet. You know, you say one thing about one thing, and then everything people think that it applies to them if they've got one kind of commonality with the target, right? If I say something about Bitcoin, and then someone's like, I got Bitcoin, and all of a sudden they get, you know, incensed, like I'm saying, you were involved in Bitcoin because you're emotionally overinvested. No, it's some people are emotionally overinvested. And I tell people all the time, I just, no matter how many times you explain it to me, I'm still going to come back to there's this thing called reality where there are things, right? Physical things of value that you could use, some of which whose intrinsic value will be worthless if the electricity goes off, and some of whom intrinsic value is innate, like an apple tree, right? An apple tree in year 0 or year 555. If you've got an apple tree in the vicinity of your human being, you're +1, right? You know what I mean? You know, you're working with something, right? But ones and zeros are ones and zeros. I don't, you know what I mean? And that's the point, is that you can't tell me that there's an intrinsic value to these ones and zeros. They can't keep the rain off your head. Ones and zeros can't be planted in the ground. Ones and zeros are not real fucking things. It's imaginary. It's a magic trick. It only exists in the virtual reality of a computer system. There's no such thing as a Bitcoin. It doesn't exist. You know what I mean? It's imaginary. It's $3,000. It's not even a fucking baby. You know what
That's
I mean?
what we've been with money anyway for a long time, because it's been in an electronic system. I mean, the biggest problem that we had was when people started trading electronically. Remember day traders back in the 90s, and then the micro traders, and then we have Goldman Sachs, and now we have the Koch brothers, and they're running these algorithms that let them trade in fractions of a second. And we have banks that are running back-end banking systems, and Microsoft Windows NT servers that have backdoors within them that allows holes in the system where money just flows out constantly. And see, in an electronic atmosphere, it's no longer possible to have functional accounting. Everything's moving too fast. There's no freeze, let's stop, let's look at the pages for the day. It all just rolls over constantly. People play with that. That's why you're seeing people like, I don't know, the Koch brothers, Koch brothers, whatever you want to call them. That's how they're making their money. They're making their money based on what the Federal Reserve is called this fluidity, this constant motion of money, velocity of money. Right. Moving so fast, nobody has this day when they sit down and count it anymore. The market's closed, at the end of the day, they open back up, and boom, we're back in it again. We're having cycles we can't calculate. With digital currency, it all just becomes an abstraction. At the end of the day, the human aspect of this is lost. That's my biggest concern. When I no longer reach out and hand you a dollar bill, the thing that you value and that I want, we've lost the human medium of exchange. And that's what we're doing. We've been doing it with credit cards, electronic payments, and with this impersonal system. We're losing human contact with money.
Right. The physical thing to ascertain at least the units that you have in your possession. You know, it's the thing with like if everything's with this credit and debit card. There's a book that was turned into a movie back in the early '90s and has now been serialized into new internet Hulu broadcasted.
Hey, look, you serial stalkers. Very, very, very seldom would I ever have a red candle. I just happen to have one. I thought it's Hallows Day. Boogie boogie.
It's basically, despotic kind of, totalitarian future. And part of the way that it starts.
No, Randy's not old enough for 1984. He never heard of it.
If I want to stop you, political enemy number one, political enemy number 1,255 on my list today, all I gotta do is flip that magic switch that says,
what the
your
hell?
magic card, there's your magic
card. His tarot card?
Chip in your wrist. Well, guess what, genius? You now own zero. Congratulations, you know what I mean? And who are you gonna complain to?
You guys took advantage of me.
Right.
Randy's the main guy. It's throwing to the bus time, isn't it?
I think, I'm looking at the comments in the chat room, and I understand the people on this. And I will say this, I consider buying a little bit of Bitcoin just to play with it.
No, you just wanted to play with me a little bit.
We all have hobbies.
And then you said that you were divine and you weren't going to help me out of the predicament that you put me in. All right, that's it.
Funds that I need to pay bills and put it into cryptocurrency.
Here's a yuppie liberal crack.
It's kind of working like that. Somehow or another, bills get paid.
Somehow the whole I was in New York City recently. And you look at a place like New York City, you're in a big city.
Oh, I know.
And it's tempting to look around and say, how does all of this work? How does this chaotic mess hold together? But somehow it does, right? Somehow, the hip bone's connected to the leg bone's connected to the knee bone. Somehow,
you're trying to give them code, huh?
So it's the whole thing's teetering on the edge and imaginary.
I survived and you guys didn't.
So maybe we're just two old guys. I mean, we're just,
right, you're in the Matrix.
The kids today with their Bitcoin. Back in the day, we had dollars and cents.
Back in the day, Randy thought he was a journalist.
With their Bitcoin and their MTV music and their Napsters and their downloads, the internets and the YouTube things. I tell you, back in the day, it was better. You knew human exchange. You gave the guy $1 and he gave you the apple off the tree.
Just a couple of curmudgeons here. That's basically what it comes down to.
Who spends don't get Bitcoin. Meanwhile, in reality, I don't care what just.
So we have a date here. August 1st, we will see if Bitcoin experiment works or fails.
Really?
I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
I'll just put it down. Put it down. So what? I mean, first of all, you guys got to watch out in the chat. Thomas Taylor is like Mr. Bitcoin.
Oh, I know.
There you go. Yeah. August 1st. Why August 1st? We'll figure it out. Why August 1st? But who knows? I mean, look, they should be successful. The people that I know that like Bitcoin.
October 30th is what today is.
the guys
August,
like
September,
Thomas,
October.
and, everyone else under the sun who experimented with Bitcoin, and Cliff High and their mother is a multi-billionaire, but there's a Bitcoin god fucking class. I mean, what? I mean, in a world, would I like a
Oh,
world
no,
where
no.
God is Cliff High and the
I am
mother
not your
is
mother.
as crazy as I might find some of these places in the concept? Do I want a world where a guy like Cliff High has $1 billion to play with? Yeah, sure. Why not? Rather him than the four aforementioned Koch brothers, right? I'm not saying that Cliff High is a fucking saint. I think that some of these ideas are off the wall. I have no idea if anything he says is legit at all because I don't know any of this stuff. They could all just be made fucking believe. But having said that, hey, Corey Good. If I could flip a switch, I did it. No. Hypothetically, let me ask you, hypothetically, the angel appears before you with a button, and she says, "Randy, before you, I have the magic button. You can either press it or not press it. And here's what's going to happen: if you press the button, Corey Good, the Corey Good, gets $1 billion. And if you don't press it, I come to you before you now. You have one choice and one choice only: to press the button or not press the button, to give Corey Good $1 billion, or to do nothing. Would you give the guy $1 billion?
Yeah, because I'm not lavish.
Hell yeah, I give him $1 billion.
I'm taking it out of my pocket.
Maybe that's not
sometimes you give enough. Yeah, I mean, they say if a little's too much, give them enough to kill them. Why not?
Just look at me. Like if you have a choice to give somebody $1 billion or nothing, sure. He's got kids.
I'm not envious.
And I have enough faith that I have no idea what the heck else is going on in this world, but I have enough faith to say that if they help the gospel, Jesus Christ, I hate to just then there you go. But here's the other question, right? If you give some guy you don't know $1 billion, do you have more responsibility? Okay, so you give him $1 billion because he's got kids. But what if he's some sort of super freak, right? What if you just gave $1 billion to the guy who's going to be like, you ever see the movie with it was Ice-T and Rutger Hauer, Surviving the Game? You ever see that movie? It's with the Tide Brothers. You know that movie? Yeah. Like, what if you gave $1 billion to the dude who's going to be like, I know exactly what I'm going to do with this money. Cut to, ladies, don't struggle. You will find your finds will hold you quite tightly. Welcome to my function. You know what I mean? Yikes. You're the douchebag president. How did this happen? How did millions of people dead? Oh, God. Press the button. I had no idea. I thought it was the father, right? What's the guy going to do with $1 billion? I thought this guy, first of all, I thought it was like, yeah, I was sitting there going, the angel appeared before me, right, with the magic button. I thought to myself immediately, gee, I must have had a sort of back trauma, right? Because I have no idea why I'm having this experience. What's going on here? I thought I was tripping. What? I thought it was a dream, dude. Don't blame me. Don't blame whoever pierced this thing. Press this button. If you press this button, CW Chat that gets $1 billion. Press the button. I swear to God, I'll be cool. I will be totally cool and chill. I won't mess with anybody. No functions. It's going to be totally copacetic. Feel free to give me $1 billion. Watch out for anybody else. What are you going to do? I don't know. But I did. I popped the cherry in the conversation, if only to make a hypothetical existential point about choices. I don't know.
Well, like I said, what I said before, you're not robbing me to give that to somebody else. I mean, I'm making a choice here that's an abstraction. I'm not harming myself. I don't know what the consequences are. Once you give somebody that much money, what they do with it becomes their moral burden. And I think that's a burden.
Right.
Do you ever think about what you would do with that much wealth? Because it's a burden. First off, you're losing 50% of it up front.
I'll take that burden. I'll take that right on the chin.
But-
Take it, Uncle Sam.
Yeah, but materially, are you different? Are you better after that? You know,
It just gets more confusing, right?
Yeah.
Well, and then anybody in this community, sometimes there's an urge for people to think that I doubt everything. And I tell people, I go, no, listen, when it comes to, the shenanigans of the elite, right? I go, I know how people get jaded. It's just normal human behavior. If you observe normal human interaction, you're going to realize that people who are the sons and daughters of people who are the sons and daughters of people who are sons and daughters of people who did everything under the sun to become the most shaded, twisted sex freaks known to man, you're going to know that people are going to be up to shenanigans and be doing weird things, right? I'm not saying that I doubt that the elites get into wild stuff, because that's what people with power do. Because what else are you going to do? You've done everything else.
We assume that, but when you meet these people, and I've met a couple of them, extremely bored people. They're struggling to figure out maybe what their next kick is, but there's not a lot to attain to. And this goes back to the whole, does that make you better thing, is that I think life is about struggle. I really do. And I don't think it needs to be this grim misery thing, but I think we're beings that attain when we're pushing against things, when we're struggling, when there's acceptable levels of stress, acceptable levels of tension. Machines function under tolerance levels of pressure, torque, heat. Humans are like that. I mean, you can burn yourself out. You can burn your body out by being a workaholic, but you can do the same thing by sitting around being indolent all of your life too. So, there's a fine tension that goes on in all of this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, this is something that I've experienced, is that I've seen people who will look back and having attained more success than their family had growing up. They look at the generation kids in wonderment of like why the kid isn't like them, like why the kid doesn't have the same work ethic, why doesn't the kid have the same drive and the same moxie? And I go, because you wouldn't generate that sort of thing as you were talking about. Life makes you tougher. I mean, as simple as like if you want to be crass about it, go down to Las Vegas. You go to any random boxing match. Who are you gonna put your money on? Whatever you think is low on the socioeconomic food chain as a kid, put your money on that guy. That guy is going to come out swinging. He's going to be out there to win. And he's going to have, as best as you're going to be able to say, an indication of drive and success. He made it this far. You know what I mean? And look, because I grew up in I tell people all the time, I go, if you hear me talking about life on the wrong side of the streets, I'm bullshitting you. I grew up in a fine old neighborhood, and I can tell you that, the hallmark of a fine neighborhood where the parents have done everything they can to give the kids everything that the kids want is drug abuse, sexual promiscuity, the self-destruction, and no drive and ambition whatsoever. There's nothing like growing up with a pool in the backyard to taking the drive and ambition to strive and really kick your ass to make it right out of you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's cool. It's copacetic. It's fine. And that's gross generalizations. But something that I noticed, and the thing about gross generalizations, is that sometimes they're based on just a little kernel of truth. You know what I mean? Sometimes they ring true. But who knows? But so that's what happens. You ever read Frank Herbert's Dune, Coming Out of Nowhere?
Yeah.
So here's, and so this also ties into things like synchronicity. I was on vacation in Israel for my brother's bar mitzvah. So to read a book like Dune in Israel is pretty trippy, right? Because the whole concept of the Fremen is that these are guys who they've got the least amount of technology of any house on the block, right? They've got the least number of resources, right? They're literally drinking their own cake, right? That's how limited their resources are, the front end. But yet they're the backbone of the revolution that starts a new change throughout the universe. And what's the whole concept of the front end? The whole concept of the front end is that if your life is just impossibly tough, where an environment where the only the strong survive, you know what I mean? Watch out. You know, you're gonna end up out of that kiln might come a very tough breed of Albright. You know what I mean? So you do need, challenge, and you do need stress. And that's things that are interesting to focus on now. A lot of people are talking about things like the basic human income, where people are talking about a bold new future where, everyone's going to get a check in the mail once a month. You know what I mean?
That's exactly where this goes to. Yeah. So
goes into things like the Matrix mythology of the Matrix movies. There was a portion of the Matrix mythology that was explained in a series of animated shorts called the Animatrix. And one of them basically posited that, what happened and why did the AI take control? It's because if you give human beings an excuse to lie down in the lazy boy down at the mini mall with a gigantic 32-ounce Slurpee and a 64 inch television screen in HD blazing virtual reality, fuck your mom, they're gonna opt for that every time, no problem. Lie down and be counted. You know what I mean? Humans like it easy.
Now, I was looking at the chat here, and I noticed people were drawing this distinction there. There is a difference. We have been, in some ways, sort of rats on a treadmill in the culture, because we're working to support a system. There's a difference. I don't think people should work to support a system. I think systems should work to support the system overall, but the hierarchy tends to frame this as now we basically are, we live to serve their system. Right. But the system doesn't really support us. So it's an inversion of what it should have been. So the struggle now, that's when the struggle becomes revolutionary, it becomes political, because the inversion is recognized, and that's kind of where we're at. But the downside to this is we go back and we reset, which is what people are talking about. And the Dragon family gives us like 20 trillion in gold, and everybody gets a guaranteed income for life, and everybody gets free land, and we don't have to struggle anymore. And in 20 years, what you have is they've scooped up all the money, all the land again, and we're right back to where we were. Because we weren't challenged enough, vigilant enough, and we weren't taxing ourselves to attain to another level.
Right. Yeah, the hypothetical world of tomorrow where everything becomes equalized. Like imagine if there was an imaginary super hacker who was able to come along and reset the whole system, where they took the whole GDP of the whole global system, right, and equalized it amongst every man, woman, and child with an account that resources could be poured into, an equimanious amount would be poured into, and say, even if you did that, the billions and billions, the trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of wealth spread out over the billions and billions of people on planet Earth, everybody would get something. And the very next day, the unscrupulous would start picking upon the credulous, right, and taking advantage. And before you know it, you have the exact same system. People are going to be still playing the game, even if you shoot it out to base value. It'll still aggregate into natural peaks and valleys, right? The haves and the have-nots. The fool and his money is soon parted. You know what I mean? And the jerk and money soon will connect.
I heard somebody say once, if it wasn't for the elites, we wouldn't even have inside plumbing. And I had to stop and think about that for a minute. Is that true? I don't know. But the weird thing is, my grandparents in the 1930s did not have inside plumbing. They were farmers. They were, by today's standard in terms of wealth, they were worth some money. But they had an outhouse. They didn't have inside plumbing. Are we grateful for inside plumbing? Or are we bitching about the price that it cost us to lay the pipes, which was the easements and the taxes and all the things that went into building infrastructure, which then created the vertical hierarchy? I don't know. Would I go back to that? I might, because I don't really have an aversion. I don't require a porcelain facility. But it's kind of nice on those cold nights when you're going shift there.
I'm not looking for I mean, I tell people all the time, I go, I play from within the system, and I explain to people all the time, I go, look, I live in the real world, and there are people that are like, eat only couscous and don't have a television in their home, you know what I mean? And I tell those people, God bless you. God bless you, Mr. Ethical, Mr. and Mrs. Ethical. Yeah, I will concede. I'm mired in the system, and from within the system, we look around and say some things are good and some things are bad. But I agree, it's one of those things, and we were talking about before about the compromises that we make to get our voices out there, to engage in any process, right? We need to look at it and say, you shouldn't do this or you shouldn't do that, but you still do these things in order to achieve an end, knowing is this whole putting my voice out there on the internet, am I achieving some sort of good, or is that just a farce to excuse this whole masturbatory act of bullshitting on the public airwaves, right? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? You know what I mean?
What we're doing here is however many people are
Randy, you set me up to be a sacrifice.
However many people are out there right
With
now
Sir
in the
Tubble-Eye
chat or
and
see
Nicole.
this later.
Everybody's
We're just
seeing it now.
provoking things, thoughts, ideas, in
You
some
are
cases,
tripping, dude.
vehement hatred, in some cases, passion. But we're just tossing our ideas out. We're no different from the other people out there. We're just a little
You
more
and Emily made that weirdo tape.
extroverted in terms of how we express
Good on
things.
me.
And maybe I have a couple good ideas, and you have a couple good ideas, and
You guys don't have
people
any
get
good
to draw
ideas.
off that deck. It's a deck of cards, so
You guys were jacking
maybe you
off
get
to
a good
tarot
hand,
cards.
and you come back with something. But we're not going to solve the world's problems doing this. In fact, nobody's going to do that.
That's the thing. So, like, when you think about it, really, I mean, this is even if you look at the ancient, Norse conception of the holy heavens, that one would go after, good life, Valhalla. This concept of this eternal war, eternal struggle, where everyone's just able to play this game over and over again, because that's the game, I guess, that they define as being the highest value or quality of life. So it's like, like I often think, I always make references to things like soap operas.
These wiggers forgot me, y'all.
In regards to this kind of conspiracy world, in the sense that round and round it goes. And it's this cycle that looks like it's going somewhere, it's going somewhere, it's going somewhere, it's going somewhere. But this year, next year, the whoop starts all over again. So it's 2012, we're Y2K, nothing happened.
That's 9 years ago. You weren't even on YouTube yet, by your calculation.
And after a couple of years, you come back and go, oh, just like
you know they went crazy, right?
Remember, one guy's the bad guys. And the first, you come back after a long time, or you don't know all the players, or these new wrestlers. CW Chanter, whatever happened to Jordan Maxwell? Why you bring me back that old Houston Mullins? Wow, what's going on? But if you stick in it, and all of a sudden you start to know the new players, and you see the new games, right? And then it goes round and round and round, so you get bored and drop off again, right? But disclosure, ascension, it's just the second coming of Jesus. It's just thinking it's always.
It is. Ascension is just rapture.
But I guess that's what else you can do on thing, right?
Now, having said that, there are some things that I passionately believe in. And I will tell you, I was on the air in 2012. I was doing a show
Randy
on
Morgans
Wolf Spirit Radio
interviewed me for
back
the
in
first
day,
time and went nuts.
And I did a lot of
Told
stuff
me
in
to
2012
focus,
that
y'all.
year. We got to the end of the year. It was amazing to watch after December 21st. People were either despondent because they hadn't been lifted up into the clouds by the mothership, or they were thoroughly fucking pissed because they hadn't been annihilated and the earth hadn't been devastated. There was no in between with the emotional scale there. There was just a lot of people that were, what happened? Nothing happened.
And
Actually,
Randy
things were
called me a
happening.
Zazel.
We actually are in a different epoch right now than we were in 2011. Very different scenario. But from a cosmological standpoint, we don't really appreciate how shifts occur in consciousness and how many things have really changed a lot. And some for better and some for worse. I think what's good is people realize how screwed they are right now. I think that's the part that's the most interesting. More people now know they're screwed than ever knew they were screwed before. Hey, it's progress.
Do you think that 2012 was just a, in 2012 was something that people were talking about, and it happened to coincide with the reawakening or reevaluation of the scenario by people, which is a natural way of people being frustrated with the frustrating and unjust system and waking up to seeing things in a new way? Or do you think that there's something cosmological or about the whole 2012 phenomena or what we're experiencing now? So some would say these predictions of the ancients of a new age or a new cycle of human development occurring.
It already happened.
It doesn't
dummies.
actually matter, does it? Is it cause or is it effect? That's the interesting thing about it. What if all of that was just tossed out there randomly and they went, let's see if they go for this one. And we went for it. We played the whole thing down. And we're like, but it kind of didn't descend. Oh, look, now we're really screwed. Crap. Obama got a second term. Crap, now what do we do? Banks are still failing. Crap, we're screwed. And at the same time, they're going, you're screwed and I know I'm screwed, so we're all screwed together, so we're better off this way. And somehow in that, there's a sense of purpose. So it doesn't matter what caused it. The thing is, more people now are aware, more people are looking for solutions, more people are beginning to form communities, which I think is a good thing. I think there is a real sharp separation in terms of people who are very base and very crude and people who are really honestly trying to find solutions. And I think those divisions became like the contrast dial on a TV set. We just tweaked it that much and it's like, crap, that's pretty sharp. Those edges are pretty sharp on the black and white picture now. It doesn't matter what the process was. But I think it's fascinating to watch it from a media standpoint.
I mean, I don't know where you're going from this. I try to understand what you laid out. I can say this much is that I believe in the power of positive thinking. I believe that you're presented with scenarios. You can either get find ways to look at it.
Randy doesn't remember Jerry Shishel.
Or you can just try and create a scenario or a context where it leads to hope, or leads you to a glimmer of hope that can provide you motivation for moving on to the next part of the struggle. But at the same time, you gotta be careful because you could imagine a nightmare scenario where it's like the beat of the masses, like religion, a palliative thing that makes life better, more easy to deal with, or quote unquote opiate of the masses, blinding people to the harsh nature of reality around us. No one understands It's fair to understand reality and therefore to be said to have lived any sort of life at all. You know, so I mean, the 2012 happens, the
Yeah,
2012
Janet
not
was
happening.
talking about how sexually deviant y'all are.
No longer incarnate on planet Earth, though, as an act of kind of spiritual remembrance, even though I believe that when I die, I still allow myself, as part of myself, to imagine this man Hank Jones still living. You know, he still exists. And 2012 was so important to him that he, you know, if you look at the dating of his YouTube videos before he no longer was physical on Earth and therefore making YouTube videos, he would like date things like the year would be you know, he was dating things off like 2012. Like that's how powerful the transition was to him, or how important that was to him. But I was there in 2012, and I remember, you know, being like, fuck, you know what I mean? Like, I would have loved if the shit that people were talking about on the Netflix programs, documentaries, and on the TVs, and the Mayan calendar, and we're all getting the rainbow, who knows where, whatever, and you know, screw Babylon's banking system. It's gonna be all this, that, and the paradigm shift. We're all gonna go to first dimensional, fourth dimensional, fifth dimensional heaven, right? None of that shit happened. Woke up on December 22nd, 2012, and guess what? It's fucking what? Right? Crap, old skinks. Yeah.
One of my best friends growing up, she's the one.
You know what I mean? And the bag is tapped. You know what I mean? And your box to wine is back.
Last time I got a speeding ticket, I wanted to call his boss.
You know? And then certain people go, it happened. It really did happen. And are those people just fools? There's always a sad day, or the people who say,
Pratt gave me a lot of shit about
are they the
Virginia.
smart ones? You know what I mean? That's the risk. Right? That's the risk. And that's like the whole thing of things turning into culture, what happens when religion, when faith goes back. Right? We all have a spiritual side. We all know those nightmare scenarios with shit you know, cuckoo. So where do you draw the line? How do you make, you know, are you just making, you know, excuses for the thing, or are things really different, or is this just
but you just said you believe in the power of positive thinking.
Right.
You're projecting out something as an energetic force. It's a hope, it's a vision. It is positively directed, whether it is, I'm going to have a good day tomorrow, I'm going to have a prosperous week, I'm going to have a kick-ass year, I'm going to live to see my kids graduate college and be married and have beautiful lives and beautiful homes. We project all of this stuff through imagination. Kara St. Louis. I went to make about this. So effectively, we are generating reality in that sense. Our reality is at least malleable enough that it allows for us to fine tune it in certain ways, even if we don't completely change the whole picture. And we do that individually and we do it collectively. So if the energy shift of 2012 pushed things that 2 clicks on the dial towards, okay, we know we're screwed now, but we also know that our awareness of this now lets us begin to push things towards a better solution, towards a better collective future. And if not, at least I have enough vision to begin preparing my life to move in a positive direction, which has a certain inertial force that'll push everything else in a certain direction. So to say that 2012 didn't happen, there was so much expectation built into it, it couldn't possibly be fulfilled, but there was a seed there that I see that did get fulfilled. That's still playing out in the times. I just made it bigger and bigger. I grabbed all my toys.
So, I mean, for me, it's like, you know, whenever I deal with this spiritual stuff, this stuff that's not of tangible reality, this stuff that is of faith, of hope, of beyond the veil. So, I'm always very wary to know that I'm wandering into a mental health hazard, right? Because, you know, there's 1,000 degree conjectures and arguments floating out
So this
there
motherfucker comes,
about
move
the
out the way.
subtle nature of
Fucking just
reality,
starts
right? The
spraying
quote
fire,
unquote real nature
and
of
the, you know,
reality.
police over there.
So to think of
Everyone else around
2012 and the power
and
of
they put me
positive
in a police
thinking,
car, and they
you
wanted me to
want to be
drive
open-minded, but you don't want to be so
to find the
open-minded
other
that your head
kids.
falls out,
And I
right?
just said,
Because I'll tell you, you know what I mean? If you go out with too
so
positive
they're
an
like,
attitude
recognize
about
anyone
the way things
that was
are,
there? I was like,
you know, you
nope,
might find
even
yourself
though they
in some kind of messed
but I
up
wasn't ready for
scenarios.
the way.
And at the same time, I mean, there's one thing to talk about. We talk about 2012 in isolation.
Keep
But
your
you and I
mouth
both
shut.
live in a community where there's some people that are talking about things like 2012.
Keep your nose on
And
the
there's some people that talk about things
And
like
don't rat on your friends.
various
never give
political
up.
conspiracies. Okay, voice of a
So,
slightly different color.
Yeah, I ain't
And
talking
then
shit.
you also have people that talk about things like
I ain't gonna catch
star
any
seeds.
smoke in the neighborhood.
And you also have people that talk about things
That's the
like
last
the
thing.
fundamental underpinning nature of,
Oh, he was
you know,
mafioso too.
holographic
She got his
3D
ass whooped again
reality,
that day.
right? And then you have people that talk about things like military abductions and grid programs. And, you know, to what degree do we want to be,
My dad has never laid a hand on
have the power of positive thinking leading us to open worldviews and open vistas where they can, you know, like be at the point where we have to, as hard it is, define some boundaries and say, okay, having said all that, 2012 didn't happen. We didn't turn into beings of pure light. Whatever people, the big things that people talked about 2012 didn't fucking happen. And if we want to spin because of the power of positive thinking that, okay, yeah, that didn't happen, but this did, that's beautiful. But it's also kind of can be a little bit dangerous because you can imagine yourself it's the same way that people stay in dysfunctional relationships, right? This time it's going to be different or justifying it. He was just, you know, he lost his job. You know how he gets on Sunday. You know what I mean? And round and round we go. Not saying I am to a degree playing quote unquote devil's advocate, right? You know, saying, okay, well let's, you know, still look at it. Even though, hey, what do I have against 2012? Do you know what I mean? The only thing I have against 2012 is that I thought life would be really easy on the other hand. I thought there's a part of me that wants. I tell people all the time, I get why people do stuff.
And appreciate how hard my dad was because
here I am, you know, sweating my brow, just like, you know, old Adam, you know, coming out the garden, toiling my labor, you know, dead family, like dead. Get me another leaf, you know what I mean? But, you know, we keep on, I'm not trying to bitch you complain, but at the same time, like 2012 is a beautiful thing, but should we just be honest and say, hey, also at the same time, while we do want to say,
I was stuck.
2012 did happen, let's also acknowledge the fact that, hey, we should be wary of the magical point.
But, yeah, man.
And, I mean, do people really realize that they're more screwed nowadays? I mean, don't we also run the risk of we run in these small circles and we spend this time in this world? I mean, we think that this is, I mean, if you go out into the, you and I both at the end of the conclusion today, if you're anything like me, tomorrow morning we're feeling we have to get our ass out of bed, and there's kids in our house, we're gonna have to get their ass off to school, and we're gonna have to go and do what we gotta do. Whether it's change a tire, mow a lawn, you know, write a paragraph in a computer journal, whatever the hell you gotta do, everyone's got something like that. There's the real one. If you stop any rando at the CVS, Walmart, Arby's, Target, Mall of America, Shell Station, hospital, ER, police department, whatever, just anybody, anywhere. If they know anything about the new agents, Corey Gooder, David Wilcock, or this whole controversy, now they're all going to say Linda Moulton who, and if you say anything about UFOs or anything, they're going to finally round around and go, maybe if they're old enough, say you might be X-Files. You know what I mean? This is we think this shit's it's not happening. This is not what's happening. As people are talking about all these little ebbs and crunches in this little tiny community. In the big world,
she could
showing that. And we can feel like, oh, this is happening or that's happening. But are we
Well,
just,
she was
does
otherwise
it
not
just
able
feel that way
Yeah,
because
I don't
long
think
we're
way.
playing the kind of consensual role playing going on, right? You're saying like people are waking up, or there's a process called awakening, or being red pilled, or you're realizing that everything you learned in high school is wrong. I don't know. Like I said, to a big degree, I may be playing devil's advocate here. I mean, I certainly don't want that to be the case, but you can certainly feel that kind of. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like it or love it,
Abraham Lincoln.
that it just makes it seem like
I know.
things
Space
are
is
changing.
beautiful.
It is.
How many billions of people around the world are still smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol?
Oh, I know, it's not.
You know what I mean?
Sugar, GMO foods. I mean, look, there's endless, and that's all true. And yet, I can tell you in my day-to-day life, there are dinners that I see people that 5 years ago would have never brought up
I saw that the other night, but I didn't know
aerosol,
if you guys were playing.
chemtrails, geoengineering, whatever
With
you
chat, it's sometimes hard to
yeah.
read.
They've looked at the sky now, they're going, that really doesn't look good. What the hell is that? And I get my own family who thinks I'm certifiably crazy, and justifiably so. Right. They're like, they can't, and I've told this story on the show before. And if they contact me on Facebook, and they've taken pictures with their phones, and they're like, can you explain this to me? And I'll be, sure, that's right. I was an article on this 5 years ago. Here, send it off to me. And they think I'm a fucking genius. I'm not a genius. I was just running 3 steps ahead of a learning curve during what just now getting to. And in the continuum, that's where people are. We're all, in some ways, geniuses, and in other ways, we're hopelessly autistic. But we're all pulling, ideally what we're doing is we're pulling each other across the finish line rather than trying to run over the poor bastard that fell over the finish 4 feet short of it. That's the way I view it. So even though I was delusional and crazy in some of the things I believe in, I'm visioning things that are also out there in the future as a hope for people. That's kind of why I do what I do. And if it's crazy and it's insane and it's impractical, some of it is. But I hang on to that for my sake because I need to be able to dream too. And I think that's what a lot of this is about.
Yeah, I mean, so at the same time that I'll play devil's advocate, I'd be willing to switch position and say that I can concur with you there, because at the same time as that, it's like people think of a down and out as they're thinking on my head. I'm just trying to say that. I'm just trying to create a striking balance, right? To say that I can see when I look at the sky that there's something here, right? I can tell whether it's the result of some sort of psychological aspect of how humans think, that misremembering the past, or there's some trick in my imagination, or there's some other explanation. I can tell you that looking up at the sky, they're growing up back in the day, you see a trail after a plane every once in a while, right? But to see these crisscross patterns and X's, complex things, I don't, I can see and understand that there's something.
He let his lessons lapse. He lives here in Texas.
Because he wasn't.
A lot of times I try to tell people, like, I understand the questions that people are asking. My big thing is people rushing to the answer too quickly. Of saying that I'm willing to say that at this point, as a community, we can look up and say, oh, we've taken a kind of.
I got to make a prediction about the whales.
We've kind of taken we've got a sense of popular consensus.
I've noticed it as of late.
Right, and the popular consensus is the skies of today don't resemble the skies of yesterday. We can see that there's something going on. And then we can look at things like the rise of things like autism. When I was growing up, when the word autism was entering my vocabulary, and it wasn't until the movie Rain Man, right? That was the first movie. When you saw the character, there was a movie with Tom Cruise and Dustin Hoffman in the late 80s called Rain Man. And it involved a guy hooking up with long lost brothers. They've been from a broken home, they've gone brothers gone into adoption. And the brother Dustin Hoffman was a highly functioning autistic. And it was the first time I'd ever heard of such a thing. It was the first time anyone had heard really of such a thing, unless you were one of those rare people who had this extremely rare neurological disorder in your family. But nowadays, there's special autism schools in almost, in tons of places.
I mean, it's like a spectrum. I mean, it's not just one thing.
You get like Asperger's and things. It's like now there's autism everywhere. It was introduced us in the late 80s, and then all of a sudden it's as common as not as feathers. It's now as common as feathers, right? And what's going on? And is that the result of new diagnoses, or is there something happening? What's going on?
Yeah, that's what
I don't know.
But no, it's not that a diagnosis. The myth of this is, the more you look at it, you did not have children whose effective ability was when they stared you in the face, nobody was there.
I never thought she was a trans.
That there was no eye
She was an eye in the shining, but
that was such.
She always had a bug-eyed crazy.
That was such an aberration. It was almost unthinkable.
Well, apparently,
And it has now become pronounced. It has skyrocketed. Just as we are beginning to see all these autoimmune diseases that have flourished to the point where you have
She put olive oil up on.
Yeah, she put olive oil on right. She looked like that.
I mean,
That was Robin Williams.
we're at that. We're jealous. Yeah.
I loved it.
So we're at the place where the manifestation of the changes around us are showing up in our bodies.
It is,
And that's real. That we have to deal with.
that it was his least favorite,
And
his worst film.
the
he
more
ever did.
people become aware of this, then you begin to see the shift in the consciousness again. That's a bad thing, but it's followed by something positive that we can do. Awareness does equal a propensity to begin to move the conversation in another direction. If I thought humans were impotent enough, I thought we weren't capable of changing this, there would be no point in doing it. Dig a bunker, put in 25 years of food, get a good fuel supply, and lock yourself down. And I don't believe that.
Yesterday, Jules.
It was about
So, I mean, like, you mentioned more jealous. I mean, like, here's the thing. So, in this movie, through this world, I tried to, I opened my mind up to as many different voices as possible.
Well, she came in, we talked.
In the hopes that
That's all
the
I know.
stupid monkey me will be able to gather up enough information to put together a fair vision of the truth, or a fair vision of reality, or extended reality available to us in this. So we get to things like more jealous, or AI practice, right? And there are people with testimony and stories and data and analysis and research. And then there's people with contrary analysis, data, and research, or contradictory information. And I sit there and I try and say, I want to acknowledge and not be proof. The person who thinks they're subject to mortality, I don't want to be open and different. But at the same time, I don't want to make believe that there's not some medical reportage that says when you call mortality might be the result of a variety of different, stimulus disorders that people are picking up or noticing. That was the most common excuse for these fabric-like or these fiber-like.
He played it well. Marcus Luttrell.
Growth picture is that it's something to do with like people accidentally getting cross contamination of gauze pads or cloth or bits of clothing or hair that gets, caught up in things like, pus or blood, not to gross anybody out. And this is what people are seeing. This is what, these are the things that people are observing. Maybe some people who are not necessarily in their right mind for a variety of reasons. Or maybe just, under duress because they're suffering from an undiagnosed asymptomatic disorder or disease. And so I try to strike a balance because I don't know, because I see a lot of people that are reported experts in this community or whose research is presented to me. I look at it and I go, geez, this guy sounds like a guy who sounds like a doctor on a pay-per-view infomercial. So he doesn't sound like his credentials sound like the credentials I'd expect to hear for someone to have if they were on, 60 Minutes talking about cancer research. Also from the National Institute of Health. They sound like outliers. They sound like people who could be just people. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to be cruel to anybody. You've got a friend, Duncan O'Finian, who's got a story. I have a friend, Shane. The story's fucking completely crazy to me. You know what I mean? I can't understand it other than as a fiction. I don't believe. I don't want to be cruel or mean.
Unfortunately, nobody's asking I don't believe. That's the whole point. And so I could tell you things about myself you wouldn't know. Because I don't think myself, I don't believe myself. That's because I think where we get to in this community, and this is the thin line we walk, we've shared stories with each other, for better or for worse, narratives, experiences. Some of them are quite unbelievable. To try and convert anybody to the idea, the shame isn't going to demand you believe the story. He's already said that. Duncan O'Finian, I spent days with him. He's not going to demand you believe the story. The resonance pattern, more than anything else, comes
other than showing how he was the president. It was very good.
The resonance pattern comes more or less from people who have similar or the same experiences, and then there's some validation. And I don't think anybody's looking. We live in this world where we have this kind of whistleblower mentality. Where we just tell enough people about this, surely somebody will solve the problem. Nobody's going to solve the problem. Nobody's going to solve the problem of implants that are put in your body, whether it's by aliens or intelligence agencies. It's not going to solve the problem of traumatic abuse, whether it's by bloodletting Satanists or government CIA agencies. What it is, it's a form of sharing of experiences that's been validated and then initiating a healing process. On one level, that's what it's about. The voyeurs who watch this type of material, there's a multitude of people in this type of communities. Some of them are curious, some of them are realistic, some of them will take on the attributes of an alien abductee, a victim of satanic ritual abuse, or somebody who's been in an MK Ultra program. I've seen all of this. I've seen transference in these communities where people just go, I really do think I was a black You see this, and I'm not trying to be facetious because, like you, I don't want to project on people's experiences. By the same token, I've heard enough of this now in the 8 years that I've done the show to validate that there's something to the stories. There's a resonance within me about some of this stuff on a personal level, and there's also a resonance in terms of I believe what these people are telling me to be an experience they believe.
All right, what's the last question?
And if they believe that, then it's important enough to do it.
He's an idiot.
And if there's enough commonality, and we have enough of a pattern
It has too many
of
connections.
people who have never met each other but share the same information, then I think we've got a reasonable sense that perhaps
They didn't do
maybe
what they were
there's a
supposed to do.
phenomenon here, and we can look at it. And again, we're looking at it from the standpoint of a small group of people sharing experiences. We're not doing the, hey, here's another whistleblower this week, and we're going to tell you all about the official information that you're going to have official information, because that's bullshit. You know, most of this community right now are just crying for fucking.
Well, he was
They
also
want to buy
pointing the gun at someone
fantasy,
who never do.
fairy tale bullshit from people who are nothing more than paid liars. Frankly, put out there by the same people who probably really are doing the torture, murder, and rape, being government agents and government-sponsored crime syndicates. So I'm enough of a conspiracy theorist to see both sides of this thing work through,
Feel better, Brandon.
because I've seen enough of both sides of it in action. So I don't know if that helps at all to explain.
It definitely helps to explain your point too. I mean, where it brings us though is like kind of the point where we might be entering the kind of the nexus of disagreement. We're not necessarily disagreement that is a particular. You know what I mean?
You know that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I'm good with that.
Where there's things that I think that probably you accept as being like there's things that okay, so for example, when it comes to things like the work of John Mack, right, the Harvard psychologist who studied the alien of abductee phenomena, and you know the people that were in his tutelage who have now continued the experience. I know there's another guy out there at I believe at Temple University. I can't remember his name, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jacobs. Whose work
I didn't know Dave Jacobs. I know Dave Jacobs.
Oh, it's great. Actually, one of my favorites doesn't come out as much as a lot of other people. When he does, I'm aware of his work and I'm tuned in to that, and I kind of that's where I kind of like I need a guy named Derek Tyler and post that interview. I did say that I was willing to accept the fact that whatever that there was like as you said a phenomenon that exists, though I might not understand the 1 + 1 = 2 of it, I might not understand the mechanics of it. I'm willing to accept that there is something, there's enough information being generated by enough
But I'm not.
a random sampling of human population per se, that there's something going on. And what it is, whether it's an aspect of human psychology, of mistaken a collective brain fart, you know, that there's something, what they say, beyond. We browse.
Those fucking AKs are coming from. Right.
So some of it is the interface with an interdimensional entity, an extra-dimensional entity, an extraterrestrial entity, or military weirdos who just like dress up like grays to fuck people in the air. Whatever it actually is, I'm willing to accept that there's an experiential phenomenon that a collective of the human population is happening. But like I said, like we live in a world where what's risky is you want to acknowledge the existence of that phenomenon, but like as you said, there's a problem because the people in the support groups who are sharing their traumatic experiences of lifelong trauma